Good afternoon, everybody. We are live, hopefully. Daniel, can you bring the big screen on the big screen? There you go. Just to check. Can folks online hear us? Can we get some thumbs up? All right, I see our ASL interpreters giving it a very good, fantastic. My name is Gennady Goldenstein. I'm the chair of Rehabilitation Council of Texas, and I would like to welcome everybody to our quarterly meeting. We have a lot of interesting topics to discuss, a lot of impactful topics to discuss, and for those that were following the regular agenda and are joining us now, you see a bit of a difference. We were actually planning to hold this meeting at Chris Cole, but we're not at Chris Cole. We're at Disability Rights Texas. And as you guys know, I like to have a theme for all of our quarterly meetings. And the switch from Chris Cole to Disability Rights Texas for our meeting location is actually very symbolic. We didn't make the change because we had nothing else to do. We actually had to make this change because Chris Cole had a little bit of a infrastructure damage, very much last minute. And we were forced with a choice. What do we do? Do we cancel the meeting? Do we scrap in-person meeting and do we go fully virtual? Zoom, right? It's 2025, Zoom has been around for a long time. But we didn't. We actually found an alternative location because it was very important for us to have this meeting in person as much as possible. So last minute, our coordinator Lisa texts. Sunday night goes, water pipe break at Chris Cole. What do we do? Well, the first reaction is everybody okay, right? There's a lot of folks that attend Chris Cole, so folks at Chris Cole did the right job, did a great job. Thank you. Took care of all the folks. And the first reaction was, scrap the meeting or go virtual. But we said no, we will find another location. It's important to have this meeting in person. We will find the right location. So resilience. And the second, relationship and partnerships. We asked all the folks we know in the area because we were pretty committed to Austin. And our partners at Disability Rights Texas stepped up and go, yeah, of course, we'd love to host you. So partnerships. These relationships that I've built over decades, they always come in at the right time. And it might not seem to be important at the time, but it will always provide that route. So I would like those things to be our theme for today and tomorrow: resilience and relationships and partnerships. This is a fairly monumental meeting. A lot of folks on the council are terming out. A lot of folks within the VR division have either swapped roles or about to swap roles. So, for example, Tammy Martin is now leading the division in place of Cheryl. So a season of change, as people say. Season of change, both for the council, for VR division, even for TWC. Commissioner Daniel, moving on, right? Going to head the New York Stock Exchange, Texas location. So at times of such transitions, it's very important to fall on those two things: resilience, carry the path forward, don't lose the track of what's important, don't lose the track of what brought us here, build on it, but don't lose track of it, and relationships and partnerships, because that's how we continue to keep going. So let's hold it in our minds, let's hold it in our hearts: resilience and partnerships. Some transitions, yes, but our mission doesn't change, our commitment doesn't change. That's what we're bringing forward. A few ground rules. When you present, please be aware of a diverse audience. Speak slowly. Speak clearly. I'm often do the opposite, so do what I say, not what I do. Make sure that our ASL preparers can keep up, can make out things clearly. If you are presenting, if you're speaking, if you're asking a question, introduce yourself. Not everybody knows everybody. We have folks with various disabilities, so introduce yourself, introduce who you are, the role you play. If you are displaying an exhibit on the screen, describe that exhibit. Once again, not everybody has the same abilities to see things, so just be mindful of our diverse audience. As always, we're going to do 2 opportunities for public comments this afternoon, late this afternoon, and tomorrow. For public comments, as always, please contact Lisa Godwin and sign up for public comment. For today's public comments, we are going to do sign-ups until 3:30 p.m. Central. So if you want to make a public comment, ping Lisa, email, message on Zoom, whatever works best, and we will accommodate. So, without further ado, let's start the session in earnest. And we are going to start with a update from Mr. Michael Britt, our Director of Government Relations, on the update on the legislative session and other happenings in government relations.
All right, well, thank you. And yes, again, I am Michael Britt, and I'm the Director of the Office of Governmental Relations at the Texas Workforce Commission. And I wanted to start this morning, give you all an update on the 89th Texas Legislature's regular session. I know they are in special session right now, but the regular session that ran from January and concluded on June the 2nd. As far as appropriations for TWC and specific, the legislature appropriated TWC for the upcoming biennium about $2.9 billion for fiscal year 26 and just over $3 billion for fiscal year 27, and that's in all funds, all of our federal, including federal funds, state funds together. Included in Senate Bill 1, and pardon me, Senate Bill 1 was obviously the General Appropriations Act this session. Fun fact for anyone who may not know this, the House and Senate trade every session. One session the budget will be House Bill 1, the next it will be Senate Bill 1. But included in Senate Bill 1 this past session were 2 of TWC's exceptional item requests that specifically related to the vocational rehabilitation program. The first was additional general revenue funding from the state so that we can fully match the federal grant, the federal vocational rehabilitation grant. That was approved. And then we also received an additional $9.4 million in general revenue funding for the older individuals who are blind program. Both of those items were items that the agency requested the legislature fund in addition to our normal budget, and the legislature did support both of those items. Senate Bill 1 also included an additional $1 million in general revenue for an expansion of the Senior Keys to Independence program. And that was included actually in a budget rider for anybody who's, may want to look it up in the budget at some point. That was rider 51 in the agency's bill pattern. It's $500,000 each year for the 2-year biennium. And so that was really good as well. One of the other funding items that the Texas legislature does each and every session is they also pass a bill called the Supplemental Appropriations Bill. And that bill is designed to fill any shortcomings in the current biennium. So the current 2-year budget cycle that we are in right now that ends at the end of this, at the end of August, sorry, double check my date there. So in this session, that was House Bill 500. And that bill also included an additional $30.8 million in general revenue to ensure that the vocational rehabilitation program's federal grant was fully matched for this year. So it happened in 2 pieces. The supplemental appropriations bill is assured, gave us additional funding to fully match the VR program this current budget year. And then the General Appropriations Act, picked the torch up from there and ensured full state match going into the upcoming biennium that starts September 1st. As far as general legislation, one of the legislative proposals that, again, TWC actually brought to the legislature for their consideration was a bill, House Bill 2791, and that bill directly impacted the vocational rehabilitation program. House Bill 2791, which was sponsored by Representative Angie Chen Button, preserved TWC's procurement authority for goods and services in the VR program. There was a procurement authority that had come over with the program when the program was at DARS, and through quirks of the legislative process, that funding had, or that procurement authority, excuse me, was set to end in April of this year. So when that was realized, we brought this bill to the legislature. And Tammy, correct me if I mischaracterize this. I've slept and not slept a few times since then, but the bill essentially continued the open enrollment authority for VR goods and services, and then there was actually that was the part that was sunsetting, that was ending. The bill actually further allowed to allow us to directly negotiate with hospitals in areas of the state. If we put out a procurement for hospital services and no one responds, under normal state budget authority, the process stops there and we have to just keep putting out requests. This gives the agency special authority to, if we go through the procurement process and no hospitals respond, the agency can now enter into direct negotiations with public funded hospitals. I believe it is specific to
Actually,
that.
the final version that passed removed specifically for hospitals, and it includes goods and services that are needed. If we're not able to get appropriate vendors through the open enrollment process, then we would be able to enter into negotiations. So they actually did us a favor and expanded it. We requested hospitals. And,
Yes.
Yeah.
So anyways, so that's what House Bill 2791 did. Governor Abbott signed that bill into law on June 20th of this year, and the bill became effective immediately on that date. So as of June 20th, both of those authorities are now firmly in place with TWC. Overall, this session, just to give you all an idea of the scope, the agency, TWC is the agency, we tracked about 1,100 bills this session out of the approximately 7,000 that were filed. Only about 20 of those even were adjacent to the vocational rehabilitation program. None other than House Bill 2791 that I just mentioned actually did any direct impacts to the program. So really, other than House Bill 2791, there weren't any bills passed specifically that made any changes to the VR program. As far as the agency as a whole is concerned, most of the bills that the legislature passed impacting the agency related to the agency's child care, jobs and education protection, skills development fund, and our general workforce training programs. So the good news there is there were no major changes to the VR program other than those that we requested. So it was all good news for the VR program. And as far as the Texas legislature goes, as I alluded to in my opening, the Texas legislature did come back for a special session, or as I like to refer to it, extra innings. That special session started on July 21st. And for anyone who's, I know it's been in the news a lot lately, but for anybody who's not familiar with how a special legislative session works, the governor sets the agenda for a special legislative session. So the governor will dictate the start date and the topics that the legislature can consider. A special session lasts for 30 calendar days from the start date. As I said, this one started on Monday, July 21st. And the governor actually has about 18, I believe the number is 18 items on the special session agenda. The good news for us, None of them have any direct impact with TWC. I know there are some topics that are making news. The closest to the agency impact that we are seeing right now are in two areas. One of the items on the call is disaster response and disaster preparedness and response. So there's both the House and Senate established select committees on disaster preparedness and flooding. Obviously, the biggest item that they are looking at is the most recent 4th of July weekend floods across the state, and particularly in Kerrville and the surrounding areas in Kerr County. They've been having hearings to do a post-mortem on what happened and to determine where there were breakdowns and areas for improvement. So there will be legislation, most likely that comes from the special session to address those. We're always on the lookout for that because obviously with the Workforce Commission and all of our programs, while we may not be first responders, we are certainly always involved in disaster recovery, whether it be through the work that Tammy and the team do through the VR program to assist VR customers who are impacted by disasters, all the way over to the unemployment insurance program for people who can't work because of the disaster. So we're keeping an eye on that, but to date, so now we're about 2.5 weeks into the special session, the agency, TWC, we haven't really been pulled into those discussions. The other area, just to mention real quickly, is on the call is elimination of the STAR test in public schools. So whenever public schools and primary education come into play, we're always keeping an eye on that because over the past several sessions, there's been a lot of effort at the state level to align education through workforce. So primary education, secondary education, trade schools, workforce credentials, and then to get folks jobs and careers. So there's always a possibility that TWC gets mentioned, whether it be through supporting one of those efforts, providing information to public schools. But then again, sometimes they have ideas and they want to try to align our workforce training, our programs with those even more. So we always keep an eye on that as well. But again, nothing major for the agency yet, as I am knocking on what I hope is a wood table. Real quick, I just wanted to touch on the federal appropriations side of things. Obviously, I know on the agenda it said state legislative, but obviously in January we had a change of administration at the federal level, and a lot of things have been going on budget-wise in Congress. Federal funding runs out at the end of September, right now. So Congress has been working on federal appropriations, and where we're at right now, Congress is in what they call their August recess. They are adjourned for the month of August, so nothing is happening at the congressional level until both the U.S. House and Senate return after Labor Day. Where we got just before that was the U.S. Senate Appropriations Committee had been considering lots of appropriations, including the Labor, Health and Human Services title, which we refer to as, if I accidentally say Labor H, that's what I mean. And that is the title, the appropriations title that includes not only VR, but all of the funding in the Workforce Commission's purview. So the Senate Appropriations Committee passed that bill. I know Tammy's here. I think some stuff has probably been going out to a lot of you about the work that had been done there. And we were cautioning everybody, don't get too excited just yet. The U.S. House hasn't even released their appropriations titles yet. For clarity, there are 12 appropriation titles in the U.S. federal budget. Labor, Health and Human Services is one of them. And Congress can do government funding really any way they decide to make up. They can either pass all 12 of those appropriation titles individually. They can group them together in small groups, which you may hear referred to in legislative parlance as a minibus, or they can loop it all together in one giant bill, which we affectionately call the omnibus, or if they don't come to any agreement on anything by the end of the fiscal year, we could see a continuing resolution or resolutions that just effectively continues government funding at the same level for a certain period of time. In fact, that's kind of what we're on right now through the end of this fiscal year, was a continuing resolution of sorts. Those continuing resolutions can either just say we keep funding the entire federal government at current funding levels for a set period of time, or it can do so with certain changes. You know, they could do a across the board cut if they wanted to. They could do targeted cuts. Like I said, unlike the Texas legislature, Congress can do pretty much whatever they decide to do in any given moment. You know, it's one of those rules or suggestions kind of things. It has actually been quite some time since Congress actually passed all 12 appropriation titles. I think it's been at least 10 years since they have done that. So we're keeping an eye on that. Like I said, it's definitely a stay tuned situation at this point. There's been a lot of good discussions. I know there was a lot of consternation a few months ago when the president released his budget recommendations to Congress that included a lot of cuts to programs and a lot of reorganization of federal funding. The president's budget is simply his request to Congress of what he would like to see in the appropriations process. Congress is under no obligation to pass that or even consider it or even include any part or parts of it in their appropriations processes. I can tell you what we saw out of the Senate. They're keeping most of our funding pretty much at the same levels. There's some increases sprinkled throughout, but so far in the labor age title specifically, there have not been any drastic changes or cuts that we have seen in what has been put forward. Again, we'll see what the House comes forward with when they come back from recess, but just to so you all kind of understand how that works, because I know that made a lot of news and there was a lot of consternation, even just in the Workforce Commission in general and, you know, across the state of, oh my gosh, all these cuts are coming. But unless Congress actually passes those, they don't, nothing happens. And so we're waiting to see what happens there. You know, when we come back, because when Congress comes back, we'll have about 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks realistically for them to accomplish government funding. So I never say never, but I would not be surprised if we see some sort of at least short-term continuing resolution to give Congress more time to work on the appropriations process. I would not expect coming out September we see a long-term continuing resolution, because that's kind of throwing up the white flag before they actually get the work done. But I would suspect and not be surprised if we see a short-term continuing resolution for some or all of the federal budget. They get some of the appropriations titles passed in the short term, they could pass those and do a continuing resolution for the rest. But that's what we're keeping our eye on in the short term. And then, you know, we will see if the Texas legislature decides to come back for round 2 when the current special session ends. They don't get everything done this time. So with that concludes my remarks. I don't know if we wanted to open up for questions or not. I'm certainly happy to if anybody has any.
Let me start us off, and then we'll open to the rest of the council. For the state funds that are allocated for match of government funds, really the magic proportion of what, 21.738% or something very precise like that. If for whatever reason the federal money doesn't come, what happens to the state match money?
That state money is appropriated to TWC, and generally how, I don't want to get too far in our CFO's lane, but generally how that process works is we're given that money. The short answer is that money stays in the program. I know generally, I think we spend the state money first because the federal money has a longer shelf life. We can carry that money over. So typically our process is always we spend the state money first, but there is no automatic clawback, if you will, that if for some reason the federal match for the VR program, like if the total number were to decrease and we not need as much match, it doesn't automatically go back to the state. Now, if that is a longer term issue, then we could maybe see some adjustments in how much state funding are given 2 years from now when we get to the 90th legislative session and they're doing the next 2-year budget. They say, well, TWC doesn't need as much state money to draw down every penny. You might see that, but in the short term, you won't see a clawback of any of that money that they just gave us.
Short term, that money
That money's ours.
can't be used, it's ours. Longer term budgeting issues, they'll be would be problematic. Okay. Folks, any other questions for Michael?
Mr. Benatti, this is Noreen. I have a question. I thank you for the update on the financials and the appropriations request. But there have also been a lot at the federal level. There's also been a lot of changes in leadership, and specifically the Department of Education and RSA and Social Security Administration. Are any of those kind of issues being tracked in a way that would make sense for things that we might want to think about or consider in terms of changes in the future?
Yeah, we're certainly, thank you for the question. We are certainly monitoring those, specifically with the Department of Education. That's kind of a big question mark right now. You know, there are a lot of changes being talked about. Top of the list is the administration's desire to eliminate the Department of Education.
Correct, yeah.
Obviously, that has not happened yet, and a lot of the changes that have been discussed, you know, would also require corresponding action from Congress. And Congress, as of this moment, haven't taken any of those up. So a lot of, you know, as far as the changes that require congressional action, you know, I said those are definitely not imminent. We are certainly monitoring those and keep, you know, if Department of Education were to be eliminated, where would the you know, RSA and the other areas relevant to TWC, where are they going? Are they coming to the Department of Labor? Are they going somewhere else? We're definitely tracking that. There have been, you know, changes have been happening, where we've been tracking the most, and I think the changes that have been having the most impact, if you will, were the federal buyouts. You know, the downsizing that happened early on. Federal employees were offered buyouts for early retirement, and what we've seen through Department of Labor, and I think most federal agencies is, you know, they've lost a lot of folks. And depending on areas, you know, that impact has been greater or less, but generally speaking, federal agencies are operating with fewer employees right now. And I know early on, you know, through the late spring, kind of May, you know, through May, early June, we were trying to, you know, keeping track of that because there were some issues in operations. Things were taking longer to be approved, you know, and things like that. And it seems like they're getting their feet back under them, but it was just, you know, kind of a redelegation of work with their new, I guess, streamlined structures, and, you know, work that folks that were no longer there were doing are now being shifted to other individuals. So we are keeping an eye on that. Like I said, I think the biggest changes that everybody's watching for will likely require congressional action. So unless or until Congress actually starts discussing that, which could happen, I should say, through the budget process if they wanted to. Obviously, they want to eliminate a department of the United States government. The best, you know, one way to do that would be to not fund it and then do the elimination through the appropriations process. So we'll be watching the appropriations process from that regard as well. And then honestly, just we've been, you know, at our level, talking with our partners at the Office of State Federal Relations, in all the various national groups that we deal with. NASWA, I know Tammy and her team have been talking to the folks at RSA. to see what we're hearing, but a lot of it so far has been, what are we hearing, but not action is imminent. But I would think if, like I said, they could do it through the appropriations process, and then if not, we may see some of that occur after that. And then where it goes.
So if basically what I hear you saying is that there's no there's no legislation that is outside of the appropriations process that is saying we are doing this with this agency, or you know how things would be split up or changed. For instance, I mean the word out on the street would be that RSA would end up under the Department of Labor. And so there's nothing out there floating already saying that's what's going to happen.
That's correct.
Okay.
I believe a few members, particularly in the House, may have filed different versions of some of these bills, but they haven't gotten legs. They're not moving yet. And at least the last time that I saw them, they were very, very high level shell, for lack of a better term, shell bills, you know, something to be out there that would have the details worked out if and when it actually starts to move.
Right. Well, thank you. I do have another question, and it has to do with the supplemental that was requested for the remainder of this fiscal year, which is ending in this month or whatever. So because of the changes at the federal level, and this may actually be a Scott question, I'm not sure, but were we able to process that supplemental amount to where that's actively being, used within our service delivery system now, for the remainder of this fiscal year? Because we had to get the federal match, right? The money wasn't there before. I'm sure we had to go through some kind of a process to go and capture those federal dollars and make them available to our local entities.
And yeah, I would say, forgive me, I'm a little rusty just because it's been a few months since I've been in the details of how the money got moved around. But the short answer is yes, that we received that money during this fiscal year, and that was in plenty of time to draw down the full federal match. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure budgetarily if we used some money once we knew it was coming to pull it down and then replaced it. But the short answer is yes, that money was appropriated in time for us to fully match. We worked with the legislature very closely on that request. And it was done in the supplemental because it was decided that was the best way on the budget side of things in the legislature to do it. But I believe it's, so long as we got it within this year, that counts for the feds, and then they send the money down.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Doreen. Folks, any other questions for Michael? Thank you. Very, very informative.
Thank you very much for having me today.
Okay, and Michael alluded to it. Next item on our agenda is going to be a budget update. Michael kind of kicked it off very, very nicely with the latest from the legislature. We're going to ask Ms. Summer Robinson to lead this session on behalf of Scott McCune. Summer?
Yes, I am here. Thank you. Will y'all be sharing the PowerPoint, or would you like me to do that?
She can share. Please share.
Okay. And while I'm getting that shared, I can speak just real quickly to Noreen, your question about were the funds made available for services currently? Yes, they were. They were allocated out. Our finance division was able to, as Michael alluded, move the money around maybe before it hit the bank account to give us the dollars we needed upfront. So that actually equated to about $70 million that we were able to add. I think it was beginning of May. So they have had access to that and still currently have plenty of funds to get us through the remainder of the fiscal year.
Fantastic. Thanks for that update.
Yes. And
Well, I guess my other question would be, do you see them being used? Do people, have they gotten over, oh, we don't have any money kind of fears and
Yeah,
have
um,
you?
I think we'll cover a lot of that as we work through the next 50 minutes. That is the heart of it. Yes, okay, we have the money now, is there still, well, how much time is left to essentially deploy it appropriately?
yes. So absolutely. We will be discussing kind of what that looks like, and what those challenges have been, and where we are now. Just real quick, most of you guys probably know that I typically speak to customer satisfaction. It may be odd for me to be talking about budget, but I actually am a budget analyst for the division alongside Mary Eichsman, who was supposed to be here today, but unfortunately was unable to. So I'm here on her behalf. But we work together side by side essentially 24/7. So I feel pretty comfortable with being able to give this update, as I put the numbers together. So as we get going here, just what we're going to
Hopefully, actually,
cover.
hopefully only 8 and 5,
I'm sorry.
or 5. Hopefully you're not working on the budget 24/7.
Oh, well, my brain is working on the budget 24/7. Wait, Mary and I always laugh that sometimes we meet we both start really early in the morning and say, "Oh, I was thinking about this last night as I was laying in bed." So we are always thinking about the budget. It has kind of just consumed, but we're through our 26 operating budget, so I think our brains are going to free up a little bit, as we be able to start the next fiscal year with a lovely, um, exceptional item that was able to be added to our budget from the legislator. So we're so grateful to them, and can't wait for 26 to start for that reason. But we're going to talk about 25. Let's talk about, we're going to discuss today where we were at the end of quarter three, which was May 31st, 2025. Talk about the budget and expenditure report, by division and service type, and then our client services distribution plan. So to Noreen, to your question, we're going to talk about that. Of course, is complete, but we'll talk about what those funds actually looked like when we did give them out. And then, just looking at the LAR, the client services projections for 25 through 27. So kind of an update based on, as time has progressed. So this is, to get us started, we have our operating budget, our third quarter budget and expenditures for the whole division. Our first group is our salaries and wages. So for quarter three, we expended 31.3 million, which is right about the same as we did the previous 2 quarters, which means we have about 37 million left over for quarter four, and would fall right in line. So no concerns in that area. And then our travel budget, we had budgeted 2.9 million. We have kind of, budget, travel tends to ebb and flow based on times of year. So quarter three ended at 430,000. And we have 1.4 remaining in the budget for the remainder of the year. So I think we'll be okay with our travel budget. Um, the operating expenses, you'll notice, you'll see an encumbrance in the quarter four, that has obligations of 3.5, not quarter four, excuse me, quarter three, $3.5 million. That still has to kind of make it through the process, but there's still a $10 million budget remaining in that area of operating expenses. And I will note, we have been working very closely with our regions to move some of those dollars to our client services budget. So you will see probably in the next report where that has been moved, where we were able to identify some areas that we could move funds to the client services. And then as we go into client services, the original budget at the end of May was 164 million, and we had expended, so paid $41 million at the end of quarter three, but still had $50 million encumbered, that still needed to be paid, so outstanding. So about, at the time, $15.5 million available in client services. That number is significantly different as of today, but this is where we were at the end of that quarter. Any questions about that?
The question related to moving money from which fund to the client services?
Our operating budget, so
Okay,
that's kind of our
Can
administrative services.
Sabra, can you go back to the prior page when you
Oh.
answer the question?
Yes, I'm sorry. Wrong way. So our operating expenses, that's all of our administrative costs. And Tammy, all the executive leadership, we spent a lot of time reviewing and seeing what we could move around, maybe projects that no longer were going to happen, so we could get that available to our counselors for client services.
So, in other words, those funds are not specifically allocated for, say, capital expenses or specifically, in other words, you can move those around in certain instances. Are there, I guess my question is, so there are no designated demands on those funds that they cannot be moved?
That are listed here, correct. Some of them may have contracts associated with them that we could not then move those funds out of them. But some of them may have contracts that we didn't renew, that we anticipated renewing, things like that, that we were able to move around.
Okay, that's good.
So I have another question in regards to that. This is Noreen. And so or when you talked about the contracts, is that why under operating expenses, Q1 is 1.5 million, but then Q2 goes down to 900,000? Just because of the
Yeah.
contract negotiation piece? Okay.
Well, that and those are actually expenditures that happen during those quarters. So we got a bunch of things off the ground and actually paid in Q1, and then Q2 maybe there wasn't as many deliverables or many items that we paid or consumables or computer equipment, things like that that we needed to purchase. But you'll see in that one of the columns that says total encumbered, those are things that may have encumbrances that haven't yet been delivered. The good hasn't been delivered. We haven't finished the service yet. We haven't, the furniture hasn't arrived for office moves, et cetera, if those were already encumbered funds.
Right.
Does that answer that? Okay.
I think I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions about our overall budget? Okay. So this is what the specific client services budget looked like at the end of Q3. So our Region 1 had $18 million, Region 2 had $38.5 million, Region 3 had $19.4 million, Region 4 had $18.2 million, Region 5 had $27.9 million, and Region 6 had about $26.6 million. Again, those numbers are different now, so this is what it looked like at the end of May. And of that, what remained available to them at the end of May was Region 1 had 5.9 million, Region 2 had 4, Region 3 had 1 million, Region 4 had 729,000, Region 5 had 2.6 million, and Region 6 had 2.9 million. What we did is we took a look at those, what the budget was and what they needed to make up the difference between perhaps what they had expended in 2024 when we allocated out the additional funds that we had, and then did some percentages so they would have more than what they wound up in 2024 based on the $70 million allocation. So these numbers are not a good reflection of what they ended the year with, which we'll get to next quarter when we meet.
So is this where the moving around of operation funds will go to those regions where you need to add some funds in order for services to be provided?
Yeah, if we have a process that if staff identify they don't have enough funds, they go to their regional office and they communicate to myself and Mary, and that would be where, yes, we would allocate funds to them as it is, as they request it and as it's available.
If I may, this is Tammy. I would just like to also add that as a part of that process, if a region is requesting additional funds, especially as we're getting toward the end of a fiscal year, we don't automatically go to the place of considering moving funds from the operating budget.
Right.
If we need to go there, we will. But one of the things that Summer and Mary look at is they evaluate and work with our regional management teams to determine if other regions may not be using or planning to use all of the funds that they have available. And so we would then move funds from one region to another region to help make up for that gap, if there's funds available. So it's a very fluid process, especially as we get close to the end of a fiscal year.
Who actually is the epicenter of that coordination between region? How does that actually tactically work?
That's what Mary and Summer do.
That's us.
They're analyst team, budget team, and so they're the ones that review those budget, we call them bar forms, budget adjustment requests. And the regions submit those, and then Mary and Summer they're looking at the budget daily. And then they would be the ones that would coordinate with the regions.
So even as granular as daily, because we are heading toward the kind of the final stretch of the fiscal year. So we can even do almost daily kind of optimization of funding.
Oh, they're looking, yes, absolutely. And that's why, and Summer, I'll let you answer because you know better what you do on a daily basis. So I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, absolutely, Gennady. We to be transparent, yesterday I met with the VR manager in a management unit to look at their budget and gave them some recommendations to what they could do and what to communicate, what they needed, so we could help them. So we're looking at it on a daily basis. We're meeting with the field staff on a probably daily, hourly basis, just depending on who needs help, to make those adjustments as they are appropriate.
Okay.
This is really not new to end of year finance juggling and,
No.
I mean, this has been done as long as I've been in rehab. I think the last quarter is usually juggle to see how much, what we need, well, how can we best make, this is really not new.
No, I was just poking at how fast you can react.
Yeah, I understand.
I guess if you have to handle this 24/7, then.
Hoping they sleep at some
1 minute past midnight.
Yeah, we take a couple of winks in there.
Thanks, Summer. Folks, any other
Yeah.
things you want to poke at on the kind of a region interactions? If not, let's move on.
Okay, as I hear nothing, I'm going to keep moving. All right, so the next 3 slides are going to review our client service expenditures by service category. And I want to say there was a new one added. But for me, they're all new because I don't ever present on them. So first we have our post-secondary education. The first column is how many customers. So we had 6,700 customers. We provided so far quarters 1 through 3, which accounted for $54.7 million. We're at 81% of customers so far of those that we served in all of 24. So we're ahead of target there. And of course, we just went into our big new semester. So I'm sure that will far exceed the number of customers we served in 24 this year. And same thing with our expenditures, we're at 77%. Since we anticipate to serve more customers, I'm sure our expenditures will exceed that as well. Next is our all pre-ETS related services. So that's anything that we would provide to our pre-ETS customers. We provided 6,196 customers for $20.4 million. We're at 69% of the customers served in 24, which is about 51% of our expenditures. Again, SEAL and our summer programming typically will boost that up and over. So we anticipate that to have a big jump in the last quarter. But are keeping an eye on that. Hearing aid services, 4,800 for 17.4 million, ahead of 24 at 85% and 84% of the expenditures. So those are trending about the same. assessments, this is 11,453 customers got an assessment or diagnostic so far. We're 8.8 million. And again, we're at 71% of customers of 24 and 60% of expenditures. So looking like we're probably going to be a little bit below last year in that area. Supported employment, 1,500 customers for $6 million, which we're already serving 93% of all the customers we served in 24. So we're gonna blow that one out of the water, I think. And then at 79% of expenditures. And then lastly, on this slide, we have our orthotics and prosthetics. We provided 139 customers with that service for $1.2 million. 47% of customers from 24 and 44% of expenditures. So we're trending a little low on that area. Any questions about these service categories?
Is there any particular understanding of why it's so low in orthotics?
I'm not sure specifically in that area. That one was actually one that stuck out to me as well, because I don't see a seasonality to that one. But somebody in the room may have something extra that I'm not aware.
That's curious.
It is curious.
Yeah.
Anyone has thoughts?
Mr. Chair, that's something we can take a closer look at. Apologies, David Johnston. We can certainly take a closer look at that. We have been doing some fine tuning with the service category codes, so it's entirely possible that some of the refinement to that may have inadvertently created an apparent trend down in these expenditures.
So basically, might be just a data classification
Yeah,
mismatch.
I guess my question is, if you're doing fine tuning, then what are you defining as orthotics and what are you redefining as something else?
So I don't want to get ahead of recollections here, but part of what we had to do was make some distinction between durable medical equipment, physical restoration equipment, and true orthotics and prosthetics. And I suspect that may be a contributing factor to this.
Yeah.
So we'll make a note to take a look at that, make sure these numbers, define what these numbers include.
Yeah, I'd be curious.
Yeah, agreed.
No.
Okay.
Because everything else is either on track or a little above, or you expect to exceed, which means there's a high demand for that service. And this one, I would think, I'd be curious about that.
Yeah.
100% agree, it just pokes an eye. A couple of questions. So there's how should we actually interpret these numbers? So percent of customers, 25 to 24, somewhere in general seems to be down versus prior year. Is that a big deal or not? Because we're still in the middle of the year, so that's one question. In other words, are we expecting to actually have an input if we were to project these numbers into end of the year? End of the year, are we still going to be at 85% of hearing aid services versus last year, or are we going to be closer to 100%? So that's one question, and then I'm going to ask the second question after this one. In other words, are these numbers we're happy with? Are these numbers alarming? Where we think we will be for each category by the time the year ends? For the percent of customers.
In my perspective, and Chris, I think you're in the room there. I know is your data specifically, so you may have some trend analysis already watching that, but I think overall, I'm expecting that these would all level out to 100%, or if not more.
Any specific categories where it might not level out?
I mean, the one we're watching the most right now, I think, is pre-ETS. But otherwise, I don't think so.
Okay. Chris, thoughts?
No, Mr. Chairman, I agree. I think the comparison between 25 and 24 is 25 to date versus the entire year, 24. So there's also data maturity issues there has to be a payment posted for a service for it to appear there. So if it's an ongoing service, someone could be receiving it, but the payment has not been made yet, we won't see it there. So the best data for this will be the next quarter, to do that comparison.
Gotcha. So as of now, keeping an eye on pre-TS, number of customers, but we don't see major.
No,
Okay.
not on our end.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
When are, and I should know this, having been in rehab for as many years as I was, but about when are all of the, say, the 25 fiscal year, when are all those expenses finalized in terms of been paid out and done and books closed?
It's a wonderful question, Glinda, because it's a topic okay, another one we talk about every single day. So technically, we have I'm going to say this in a grant year, so is open for the year plus 2 years. So grant year 23 is we're still making payments until the end of this month. So in reality, 25, we make payments all the way through the end of fiscal year 27.
So somebody who's where services have been incurred in January of 25, which is fiscal year, am I right, 25? That is an ongoing service. You may not be paying, the payment might not be finalized until FY 26.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so especially with our period of performance, our ability to have service authorizations extend across 2 fiscal years is actually a really positive thing and a requirement, of course, federally, but it also may mean that those ongoing services, it may take a little bit longer for them to hit the 25 encumbrance that it was originally listed on. And all of those, right, our federal fiscal year is going to end at the end of September, and that's when we'll, those no more 25s can be encumbered, no more 25 SAs can be issued.
I mean, I know this kind of gets into the weeds of it, but that will impact the numbers then.
Yes.
As encumbrances are not completely closed, is that?
Yeah, so encumbrances are different than the expenditures listed here. So, one of the things that Mary and I watch too is encumbrances versus expenditures year over year. And are we on track for what we expended or what we encumbered this time last year? And are we as well as expended? So are we also starting as many services as we did previous years, not just paying for them yet? Because if it's not encumbered, we can expect that it's not expended, right? It's not going to expend.
So this actually sets up my next question. Thanks, Glenda. In general, right? No, seriously, that's a great transition. If I compare number of customers served versus number of expenditures, the number of customers is closer to what we did last year, right? I understand we think we'll close the gap or even exceed kind of category. The number of expenditures that's lower, there's a couple of ways to interpret that. One, the numbers are not yet in.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, there's a few more months of services to be provided, right? So even if it's the same number of customers, they will make a higher spend per. Another way to interpret is we are actually legitimately spending less per customer. Any insights on how do we interpret? Are we thinking we're going to spend less per customer, or the numbers will actually catch up and it's going to be the same spend per customer as prior year?
I think that's all dependent on the type of service. each scenario could be very different. For example, supported employment, the number, the expenditures, is higher towards the end of that service. And so while a benchmark may have been paid, so it accounts for the total number of customers, the expenditure is lower because it hasn't met all of the ones yet, all the benchmarks that may have been included in previous year, in 24's numbers. But for things like post-secondary, schools, books, room and board, all of that stuff is so variable that that's really hard to compare kind of apples to apples in that scenario.
So by category, where do we see a risk of smaller expenditure per customer? And Tammy snuck out of the most interesting point, although I think she's sneaking her way back in. So category by category, where do we actually see a real threat of less expenditure per customer than prior year?
I think for ETS is going to be one where, again, I think that's one we're watching in all areas. But Chris, I don't know if you have any other insights about that, or David, Elsa.
Well, the average cost, basically the expenditure over the number of customers is the average cost. And if the average cost decreases, it's not necessarily a negative thing. You could actually serve more per a certain amount if the average cost is a little lower. So, like in PTS, you see that there's less, it's 51% compared to 69% of customers. So we may be seeing a lower average cost, but it doesn't mean that less customers will be served.
No, it's just less service, it's just less service per customer.
Right, that's
Yeah, it could be because we're more efficient and life is great, or maybe because we push people away and they're just not taking advantage of the services. They're still a customer, but just receiving less help, less support, less service. So, the first one, it's we're more efficient, brilliant, fantastic. If it's because we turn people off and they're receiving less help, that's bad. So other than BTS, where do we think we may be turning customers off?
We do have two other slides of categories, so there might be other ones and the other two slides.
Okay.
So
You can hold my question and ask it.
not to say to hold the question, but there's probably going to be other areas impacted as well.
Well,
For sure, and guys, I don't necessarily expect a perfect answer, but that's where my head is at. Like if I look at the numbers were lower, it might be legitimate because we're more efficient. It absolutely might be legitimate because not everything is yet been properly expended and documented, and hence not realizing the numbers. Or some of this maybe we should be a little concerned because in some areas we've turned people off and we need to either re-energize it or just be aware that we turn people off and have to do something to mitigate.
Yeah. And to something to take into consideration is, one of our big conversations, comparable benefits, and making sure we're arranging services, because our services can be provided in a multitude of ways. They can be provided via, paid, purchased, or like both. Paid, purchased, those are the same thing. Paid, arranged, or combined. So, if we do an arranged service that is a comparable benefit, it's going to count in the customer count, but it's going to have a zero expenditure attached to it. So it's going to significantly lower that amount. So those are all nuances that are to be considered in that.
Sure. Okay.
I'd like to add a comment to that as well, because under the, specifically in the pre-ETS related services, because those are often connected to schools in the school year. The end of the school year for 2025, people were still functioning under kind of a restricted idea about our budgets. And so a lot of pre-ed courses and stuff that may have been offered during the summer were not offered I should speak specifically to the region I'm in, which is Region 5. And also the SEAL project, our services were cut significantly. And all of those things are planned early on in the spring. So people were making plans and doing things and creating service authorizations based on what they had, as opposed to, this is just a guess on my part, based on what they think they would get. And so hopefully in the fall, you'll see that number catch up in pre-eds.
Mhm.
It's just a theory.
Yeah.
Okay, Summer, keep us moving.
Okay, so we may have the same questions that appear in these. We got vehicle modifications where we provided 302 customers vehicle mods for 4.5 million, which is 78% of all customers in 24, about 75% of the expenditure. So we're right on target for that. 2,278 customers were provided medical or restorative services for 4.4 million. 67% of customers of 24 and 53% of the expenditures. Job placement, 1,651 for 4.4 million, 73% of all of 24 customers, which is about 70% of the expenditures. So again, right on target for that one. Our work-based learning, 444 customers, which was $2.4 million, 60% of customers of 24 and 46% of expenditures. That one is a decrease, and I asked for clarification. I believe this one is adults only, so that's also something to consider. It doesn't take into account the youth. Our psychological testing, 1,790 customers received psychological evaluations for an expenditures of 1.3 million, 69% of 24 and 66% of expenditures. Job readiness training and augmentative services, 843 customers received that for 2.1 million, which is 81% of customers from last year and 79% of expenditures. And then lastly, on the job training, 531 customers for $800,000, which is 68% of 24 customers and 64% of expenditures. So in this area, I think I wasn't surprised by any of them in the grand scheme of things. Any questions about these?
No, I'll say same set as before.
Yeah.
Where should we be concerned? Where are we providing those services for? Where do we need to mitigate? Same basic.
Okay. So we'll cover this last one and then we can summarize if there's any other questions about it. So the first one is self-employment. There were 5 customers listed there, but remember this does not include other purchase services that don't fall into, as David mentioned earlier, the service categories specifically that are identified for self-employment. So 5 customers for $41,000, which is 38% of customers from 24, 40% of expenditures. That service is undergoing policy review, so hopefully that will ebb as we go into next fiscal year. Maintenance, we provided 912 customers with maintenance for $550,000, just lower, 67% than all of last year and 68% of expenditures. Transportation, we provided 1,300 customers for $1.2 million, which is 68% of customers in 24 and 60% of expenditures. Assistive technology services, 1,700 customers for $3 million, which is 67% of 24 customers, and then 55% of the expenditures. Disability-related skills training was 639 customers, which is $664,000, which is 80% of customers from last year and 76% of expenditures. And then all others, which was 3,700 customers, were expenditures of 4.9 million, which is 71% of customers from last year and 63% of the expenditures. So of the expenditures by service category, outside of the questions that you provided, Mr. Chair, any other things that you want us to take a look at?
This is Maureen. I'm just curious, under the other category, would that also include what you contract out for benefits planning?
Yes.
Thank you.
it's just interesting to me that some of them are down from 24, and I don't know why or what that's about in terms of numbers of, percentage of clients, percentage of expenditure. It's just curious to me that some of them are down so much.
Yeah.
Do you think it has something to do with, counselors, employment? People that are not working at the agency?
I mean, I'll test out my hypothesis. My hypothesis is when we went into budget control mode, we went into budget control mode hardcore. Probably in some regions more hardcore than others, and we've turned a few folks off the end of the year. So that's my hypothesis. And that's why I'm looking into speech-specific categories, how much of it is can be reversed, how much of it is what it is, and we just have to pivot and serve folks with some other means. On the, one way I suppose to check is there, did we ever look into 24 versus 23? And have you ever looked into kind of 25 versus 23? That could be another way, because 24, we also went into a budget control mode, although perhaps not as hardcore. Or maybe more hardcore, I know it's very kind of subjective. So that could be one way to check. But ultimately, it's clear that it's on top of multiple, it's on top of the mind of, for multiple folks here is, where did we actually cause damage is the wrong word. Where did we meaningfully affect delivery of services this year? And what can we still do in however many months is left this year?
And if I may, Chairman, this is Tammy Martin, and I'll provide some comment here on what we've seen in the program. And I think some of the comments from the council members are very much spot on with what we have assessed. Noreen, specifically around pre-employment transition services, you are correct. We had to make that reduction in planning for summer earn and learn and other summer programs that they were potentially planning for based upon the uncertainty around our budget. And we had to make decisions based upon the information that we had at that time.
Yeah.
If I would have had a magic 8-ball, that would have been wonderful, because we could have made some other decisions.
Sure.
So, but we didn't have that information at that time, so we had to make those decisions. And so, do we have the impact that we are seeing in the data? Or was there an impact? Absolutely, especially around pre-employment transition services. But I think you're also correct in some of the budget and funding constraints that we were experiencing, that yes, that is also what you are seeing in the data. So to answer your question or respond to your question about what do we do, as soon as we received notification that a supplemental request was approved, we worked diligently with finance to get the funds allocated to the caseloads so that our counselors could see in their budgets that there is funding available. And so working with our staff to ensure that they're providing appropriate services for our customers. I will also mention that we've done a lot of training around comparable benefits, the use of comparable benefits. We've also done training around what services are really needed and required for our customers to go to work. And so really helping our counselors around decision-making, and that when customers come to us are determined eligible, that the services we provide are required and that we're needed, and we can clearly document and show that. So I think it's a culmination of that is why you're seeing what you're seeing in the data.
Yeah. No, anti-wisdom, it's not a search for guilt.
No, absolutely, I think it's putting it out
We've done
on
it
the
pretty-
table.
but no, the
Yeah.
Rehabilitation has done a commendable job of playing the tough cards it got both last year and this year, trying to kind of thread the needle. It's commendable. It's more of a, and you picked up on it, it's more of, now what?
Exactly.
Now what? So,
I think one of the issues too is the uncertainty from quarter to quarter, or, maybe by, every other, is about the budget. Oh, well, am I gonna have budget this quarter? I don't know whether I can spend this, or I don't know whether I can do that, or I don't know whether, I know you need it, but
And one of the things we're also trying to do is in our communication with staff, when we're training with staff, when you make it all about the budget and the budget and the budget versus what are the appropriate services that customers need, that's where the focus and attention goes. And that is what we've seen, because we're bringing awareness and that was needed, but we're trying to swing that pendulum back of, let's talk about what the services are needed for the customer to achieve their goal. And then, looking at what best value is versus every decision being made of whether or not they have budget or not budget, right? And we've, even from Mr. Cerna's level on down, when we have an opportunity to communicate with staff is, don't worry about the budget. That's what we're focused on at, the state office level, executive office, Ed's level of looking at what we need to do to ensure that we're able to provide those services. And so I think it's a communication, it's continued training, it's continuing to help our counselors understand that what we're here to do is to provide those services to help our customers be successful, right? And not base decisions upon whether or not they anticipate there's going to be budget or there's not going to be budget. And that's hard to do. That is very hard to do because we know that the counselors are, seeing what they see in their caseload budgets. But that's one of the reasons we went back to caseload budgets this year, right? Because we were hearing that they wanted to see what was in their budget. They weren't fighting for a pool of money at the management unit level. So we're still continuing to work through this, but I wish I had a specific answer that's gonna fix all this. I think it's gonna take time, and it's something that I've experienced even when I was a counselor 20 years ago, is, some years you had more money than other years. And so you spend, and then you gotta pull it back, but really trying to communicate the purpose of why we're here and what we do in VR is to help our customers get the services they need to be successful.
Yeah, so there's no easy answer.
There's no, I wish there was an easy answer, I wish. And if anybody figures it out, please let me know.
Oh, no, I think it's a matter of resilience.
the one thing I would say though too, that I hear from customers, counselors need to communicate whenever customers, and this is not about budget, this is about communication.
Absolutely.
With customers, when they call or they email and they don't get a response, what kind of communication is that? And I hear that from time to time. I call, we'll call back. I left a message, we'll call back. Put it in writing, send an email, that's the one thing that needs to be really emphasized too. When your customer calls and they're asking what's going on, do the courtesy of at least saying, to say something.
You're absolutely right, Glenda, and that is also something that we're continuing to work on. You talk about communication, continuing to communicate those expectations. We're tracking complaints so that we can identify trends in certain areas of the state, if it's with certain staff, if it's within certain management units, so that we can address the areas that we're hearing that there is no contact. So I think the advice that you're giving to those who are reaching out to you is correct. We also have contact information on our website for regional management, for our VR ombudsman. And so if they're not hearing back, we do encourage that they, reach out to a supervisor or those regional contacts or the VR ombudsman so that we can get back to the customers.
It actually would be good to see some statistics on
Anyway,
those kind of issues, calls, complaints by region, by category.
I don't want customers complaining just to be complaining because they didn't do what they're supposed to do, but when they've done what they're supposed to do and they don't get a response, then I have an issue.
Agreed.
Absolutely, I agree with you on
I
that.
see both sides of it, I've been on both sides of it.
Yes, you have, yeah.
Agreed. Ad hoc request for the VR vision folks, would be great to get some data on customer dissatisfaction, actions, calls, requests, submissions, or so by category, and I would love for that to be compared versus the CSNA, what do you call it, questionnaire, survey.
Satisfaction.
Yeah, versus satisfaction survey results, just to see if they're really painting us the same picture or not. All right, folks, let's keep on moving on. Summer, anything you want to add on the on 25, and then anything you want to add on 26 based on what Michael Britt took us through?
Yeah, so real quick, we'll just cover what the distribution plan was, and it is going to be modified a little bit for 26. But these numbers represent what was allocated out. All of the funds that were given to us by finance, especially when we got our supplemental request, made it out the door by May 1st. So total, the budget was $209 million, and 120 of that, 93 was expended in the quarters 1 through 3 as compared to 120 in the same quarters for 24. So I think to all the conversations that we've had so far, you can see where we've had a little bit of a fluctuation in our expenditures. And hope that now with those funds being allocated and having had some time, we'll see that bounce back in the end of the year. So our distribution for 2026, like I mentioned, is going to look a little bit different based on some analysis that Mary and I did. We still have to have an allocation schedule just as our grant is allocated out to us. We need to make sure we make adjustments for that. But now that our Rehab Works budget year is shifting to a federal fiscal year, our allocations are going to shift to that federal year. So our first allocation will be October 1st. And it will be 50% for basic, but 60% for pre-ETS. So they have more of those funds up front to start those school year programs, have more of those available in the beginning. And then we also moved our second allocation up to January. So it's a shorter period of time. So the second allocation will be 25% for basic and 15% for pre-ETS, and then 25 and 25 for the last allocation, which I believe is still May 1st. So to allow for those summer programs for pre-ETS. As it was this year, it's the same for next year. They can still, if the allocated funds were not sufficient and they need advances, as Tammy mentioned earlier, they can submit a bar form and we still look to make sure that can we move funds around before they pull from their future allocations, or do we need to go ahead and do that? That's available to them as well. So there's a lot of tiny little numbers on this screen, but it is the last slide in the presentation. And really the highlight we wanted to make for this is the whole senior management team has really been focusing on how can we make sure that we utilize every dollar to the best of our ability and not be having our order of selection conversations again. And so as we plan for different projects and things, our LAR request, which is the last two columns, 26 and 27, we tried to keep that in mind of what our client expenditures were expected to be. If the PCG rates that have been a conversation, we wanted to make sure that what rates were decided on. These are all just estimates. They still have to go through commission approval, but we wanted to make sure that they weren't going to break us in the long term. While we hope that we could do it all at once, in reality, our budget wouldn't withstand that. So that's what this last table represents. And so far, at the end of 2027, what we'll notice is the ending balance on the last row is $17 million. We like for that one to be at least at a minimum $20 million to carry us because of the September month. So we tried to squeeze in as much as we could for 26 and 27, but knowing that things may ebb and flow based on what is actually commission approved in our budget overall. Any questions? That is the end of that presentation. So any other questions?
Yeah, Summer, please leave the last page on the screen.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to completely stop sharing. I just wanted to from current slide. Okay. Okay. Should be back up there now. Oh, not the right slide though. There you go.
Good. Folks, any thoughts now that we see a complete picture? Sort of adds a bit more graphic to what Michael Britt was also taking us through.
This is Peggy, and I just have a real quick question on the PCG rates. Are those separated out just because that hasn't been approved, that those would be included or phased in? Is that why they're a separate item?
A couple of reasons. One is yes, until it's gone through all the approvals, it's going to be separated. But two, we had it separated so that we could try to get as many into 2026 as we could, and keeping it as a separate line item allowed us to move the numbers, change the numbers to see how it impacted 27 without having to move client services around. So that's why we kept it separate, so we could really try to, again, include as much as budget as we could into 26.
I appreciate that, thank you.
I don't know how y'all have time for lunch hour.
It's a lot of on the go eating.
I hope you take it. I hope you take your lunch hours.
Yes. And I think it's relevant to the conversation we've been having, as Tammy mentioned earlier, as making sure counselors find the balance of managing their budget. What's been really valuable for me, and for those that don't know me, I started out as a counselor. I was hired as a counselor and worked my way to here. That has really been helpful to help me to understand, so that I can communicate in counselor language, because we weren't taught this stuff as a counselor. Or an RA, right? Of what does this really mean to them, and how can it benefit them and their customers? And so I spent a lot of time behind the scenes with the senior management team learning this stuff, so that I can bridge that gap for them. Because it's a lot. It's a lot to expect any staff to know, and so we want to give the counselors and RAs what they need, not all of this extra.
Good. Summer, thanks so much. You've done a commendable job of taking the council through a fairly dry and controversial topic in a very basic manner. I also want to give a shout out to Scott McEwen. I think, Scott, you're on the line.
He probably ran away because he knew we'd flying with questions.
All right, folks.
All right.
Let's move on to the next agenda item. Tammy, turn over the floor to you for the VR division report.
Okay, and Daniel, will you help me out? I'm not as proficient as Summer in being able to talk and run a PowerPoint at the same time. So I need all the help I can get. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chairman and council members. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with y'all this afternoon. And And we will now move toward the division report. All right, so during my presentation, the division report, I'm going to give some general updates, and then we'll walk through the update and progress that we've made on the combined state plan goals, strategies, and success measures. So as far as general updates go, Chairman, you mentioned Scott McCune. So Scott McCune has moved both physically and also to a new position. As of August 1st, Scott McCune is now in a senior advisor position that reports to me, so we will be able to continue to use Scott, his expertise and knowledge as we move forward as a division. We are, or I should say, I am currently in the works of hiring for Scott's Deputy Division Director Program Operations position and hope to be scheduling interviews soon. In the meantime, David Johnston, who is here in the room with us, who actually was in this role before, has graciously accepted to step in and serve as the interim Deputy Division Director of Program Operations.
Well, welcome back.
Yes, welcome back. I know, he thought he could leave and retired, came back, and is back again in his previous role that he was in when he retired.
I think that speaks to the theme of partnerships and human relationships.
Absolutely, absolutely. So David has a lot of experience and knowledge as well, so we're grateful that he said yes. So David is here with us. Also, it may have been, for some of you may know on the council, Karen Thomas, my former executive assistant, retired the end of June. So many folks, it's taken many folks to try to help keep me straight each and every day, but they've done a great job stepping in. But I have hired an executive assistant, and she will start on Monday. Her name is Monica Sayen. Last name is spelled Sayen. And so if any of you need to reach me, schedule time to meet with me, track me down, she will be the person you can contact to do so. She will start Monday. She currently works as an administrative assistant in the Workforce Development Division. So she's not new to Texas Workforce Commission. She'll just be joining the VR family. So I'm very excited about that. Chairman, as you alluded to at the beginning of the meeting, and why we are all here is we did have an unfortunate flood at our Chris Cole Rehabilitation Center. So I want to thank all of you that worked together, Lisa Godwin, Karen Stanfield, to be able to move quickly and get communication out about the move and finding space for us to meet today. I just also wanted to share with you all that our staff at Chris Cole, as well as at the agency level, business operations, they all worked very well together. We had staff coming in at midnight on Friday night and were there through Saturday and the weekend to make sure that they could stop the flooding quickly, but also then get our students that were there at Chris Cole home. So the water damage, it is pretty extensive. There was quite a bit of water, but it fortunately did not make it all the way back to the residential part of Chris Cole. So at Chris Cole, if you've been there, the residential part is in the back of the building. However, Glenda, the assistive technology unit, it did make its way there.
Oh, no.
So, yes. So we were able to keep the students there. They were able to have access to food. while staff worked quickly to get them home. So our Chris Cole staff were able to come and get their equipment, so they are also all working at home while the renovations and repairs are done. We anticipate that the center will be closed for about a month, but we will make sure that it is safe before we have staff and students return. In the meantime, our staff are working with the students that were there to provide virtual training in the meantime so that we can continue to keep them engaged and provide what training we can virtually.
Well, it's still COVID days.
Right? I know, but let me,
They did a lot, they did training through virtual
Yep.
training during that time, they did.
they sure did. So you know what? The Chris Cole team, they have, they're very innovative, they're very creative, and you're right, I think COVID was unfortunate, but I think we've done a good job, and I'm talking specifically for Chris Cole staff, but even all of our staff, looking at ways that we can continue to provide services virtually when unfortunate things like this happen.
Let's go on, guys.
Okay, wanted to also share with you some good news. Our RSA 2023 Monitoring Corrective Action Plan has officially closed out. We received notice from RSA last week or the week before that they have considered, reviewed, and have informed us that we are all good and closed out on our corrective action plan. So I think those are the big ones that I wanted to cover, so we'll go ahead and move forward in the presentation, and then of course if there's questions that come up, I'd be happy to answer those throughout the presentation. So you heard Michael Britt talk about funding at the federal level and things that we've been hearing and also monitoring that would potentially impact VR. So I want to dig into this a little bit more. Daniel, can you go back one slide, please? Right here. Okay, so for fiscal year 2026 appropriations that are impacting VR. So you heard Michael talk about the Senate Appropriations Committee and that they passed their version of the bill. What this does is it would provide a total discretionary funding for labor, education, and HHS in an amount of $197 billion in discretionary funding across those departments. This is as of August, but nothing is finalized until it continues through the legislative process, as you heard Michael speak about. This Senate version would provide the Department of Education receiving $79 billion in discretionary funding, which would include boosts to K through 12 programming. Also, the bill includes language that would prevent the dismantling of the Department of Education. So, for rehabilitation services, the committee has recommended over $4.6 billion, which is an increase over the administration's initial request that would include the critical cost of living adjustment, because the president's proposed bill did not include that. So the Senate version would include that. Next slide, please. So you may have also heard around the president's proposed bill had zero funding in 2026 for these programs, the Disability Innovation Fund, the Client Assistance State Grant, the training programs, and demonstration and training grants. So before the Senate passed their version, I can tell you that Ms. Stanfield and I had a couple of conversations around this, and if it was zero funded, what this would mean for client assistance programs, because the original bill included language that the VR dollars would be appropriated such that they could use those dollars to fund the client assistance programs. I will tell you that I've reached out to some of my colleagues across the country, and while there's been internal discussions mostly with states, some states have started conversations similar to like Ms. Stanfield and I to get an understanding of, the program, the funding, the number of staff involved, there has not been much done or much further than maybe some initial conversations. So seeing the Senate version, I think gives us better hope, but we don't know anything until we get something appropriated. So I just want to let you know that Ms. Anfield and I have connected and will continue to communicate as we move through this process. Next slide, please. Also, in the proposed the protection and advocacy of individual rights, the support and employment state grants also had zero funding for 26. So what we've looked at is specifically for supported employment is if that was zeroed out, that would also impact the VR grant. However, the Senate version, thank you, has included supported employment, as well as funding for protection and advocacy of individual rights, $33.3 million for independent living services for older individuals who are blind, which I'll assure you that in the president's proposed budget, had funding for 26. That was not one that had zero. State grants, those in the president's budget were zero funded for 26. But the Senate version does include funding for that. So all this to say, we're monitoring, but just wanted to give you a little bit more detail around what was proposed and what the Senate passed for these specific programs that would have an impact for VR. All right, next slide. Any questions there before I move on and get into an update on our goals and strategies?
Folks, any questions for Tammy on the higher level federal
So
story?
basically, it's still got to go through the House.
Correct.
So we really still don't know.
We really still don't know. There you go. You summed that up so well, Linda.
So,
She delayed it a little. Yeah, hey. All right.
The trailer looks good.
So I do have a question though, Tammy, about that. And by the way, Tammy, thank you very much for the the presentation. That's very informative. Is because there's also kind of this rumble that that there may be no bill that passes and it would be a continuation, which of course what Congress has been doing for quite some time now, is just a continuation of the existing funding in the past. If it is a continuation, then funding would remain for those specific programs you've mentioned?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
It would continue as it has been, as we've been operating under the continuing resolution.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. All right, so moving on to our goals, right? So what I want to do is we're coming up at the end of a fiscal year. And as the chairman mentioned, some of our members are terming out. So what I wanted to do was just walk through each of our goals and then our strategies and priorities and give updates on areas that we've had. So for goal 1, which is recruit and retain VR staff. Our first goal is to identify and implement strategies to improve staff recruitment and retention. As you all know, we've done a lot of work in this area and continue to do so. This is where we've captured that we have a merit recognition plan. And fortunately, we were able to, and we're in the process of implementing one-time merits for our staff to recognize staff for the good work that they've done, because we know that there's been challenges and we want to make sure that we we move forward with that.
What's an average amount of the one-timer?
So, it is for one times, it's, 7, up to 10%, 7% and 10%. Am I correct on that?
If I were to take an average across all of the staff, what would an average?
I'll get back to you on that. David, do you know?
No, well,
We'll get back to you on that. I'm learning to be a numbers person, but I'm not right there, Mr. Chairman.
And
We-
how do we, I'll follow up. How do we know that was the right number? I said it's enough of a merit to
So
stabilize or destabilize.
it was a way for us to look at how could we reward as many staff as possible. And what we did and why they're one time is because we used salary lapse. So we used our salary lapse dollars for this fiscal year and identified how many, based upon percentages, would we be able to recognize. And that is why we're focused on one-time merits and not recurring merits this go-round. So in the past, you may remember that we've had a combination of recurring merits and one-time merits. Given funding, with the recurring merits, that's going to have an impact in the remaining fiscal years. Given that we just got the supplemental request as well as the exceptional item, we assured our legislators that that money was intended to provide services to our customers, right? And that was the need of the money. But we've got to also make sure we're retaining staff. By using salary lapse, we're not impacting the future of that salary for next year and beyond that. So we're using the salary lapse for that, and it was based upon what our salary lapse was, number of staff that would be eligible, and that was essentially the methodology.
So that's to maximize
Yes.
from the
Yes.
pool, yeah.
Yes. So we still offer the career ladder promotions, and then we're also continuing at looking for opportunities for employee recognition and engagement. We have the Employment and Recognition Committee. We have ambassadors, and in fact, this year we have expanded that. So we have staff from management units who are joining this so that we can have a concerted effort with recognition. Our second our second strategy is to redesign training and resources for staff. We've worked really hard with the VR services manual redesign. We also have redesigned our training for VR counselors. During the third quarter, so let me back up a little bit. Just to remind you all that the new VR counselor training is a 4-course training series for new counselors. So in the third quarter, for the first course, VR Historical Foundations, we had 35 new VR counselors complete that course. Overall completion, 341 since we implemented this new training. The second course, VR Process Fundamentals, which covers the VR process and how to comply with documentation requirements. We've had 33 new counselors complete that training in quarter 3, and 304 new counselors complete overall. The third course, VR Quality Documentation, which addresses how to gather information about customers and document the information appropriately. During third quarter, we had 26 new counselors complete that training, with an overall of 332 counselors complete that one. The fourth course, VR Introduction to Services, provides feedback on casework and an overview of VR services. We've had 23 new counselors complete that training in quarter 3, and 279 new counselors complete overall. And just some feedback that we've received from counselors who have completed the training is that the history and creation of VR, key disability laws, and the counselor's role in the VR process has been very helpful in their learning. They've also reported an improved understanding of the VR process, effective documentation methods, and the importance of capturing customer stories and decisions, and various VR services available to support our customers. In addition, we are working with training and development to finalize and roll out the purchasing workbook and additional training for our rehabilitation assistants in that training. We're continuing with our LEAD Academy. The LEAD Academy is the training that we are working with University of Arkansas on, and that's for our current managers. Since its launch, we've had 50 leaders graduate, and then as a reminder, on January 15th, the training welcomed its 5th cohort, and they will graduate in October. We have continued to utilize the supervisors and managers and directors who have completed this training and graduated from LEAD. In fact, there is a group of them who are helping in planning and preparing for our statewide manager training that will be happening in September. So we always are continuing to look at ways to expand and utilize this skill set. And then we have the Pathways Academy, which is for aspiring leaders within the division. Since its launch, Pathways has graduated 75 leaders, and the 5th program cohort is underway, and they will graduate also in October. 1.4 is to implement a workforce planning strategy that enhances use of career ladders and pathways. Yes.
On 1.3.
Yes.
And actually 1.2, because they're sort of very, very similar, right? How are we getting feedback that the training, that the leadership development program, that it's the right content, that it's actually moving the needle? How do we, is it user surveys, is it something qualitative? How do we actually make sure it's the right programs?
It's a good question, and yes, we utilize surveys. And in fact, based upon feedback that we've received in those surveys, we've actually worked with University of Arkansas Currents, and they've taken that feedback and made changes. So through each cohort, they're taking the feedback and seeing where they can make revisions to make it better. In addition, the managers have a community of practice where they are meeting regularly and they're talking through what they've learned and how they can continue to build their skill set from this training. So the other piece of that is throughout the program, and when they graduate, there is a project that the cohorts, they break up into teams, and they tackle different topics where they can make recommendations for improvement. And we attend those graduations, we hear those presentations, and then we are tracking and keeping a list of those recommendations to see how we can implement their ideas and recommend, because they're out in the field. They're the ones doing the day-to-day job. So that's important to me, to Jamie, to David, to Scott, to Elise, to who am I missing? But all of the leadership here, and wanting to see how we can continue to make improvements based upon their feedback.
Good, cool.
Can I ask a question? This is Peggy. On the training that you were talking about for the counselors, because we know how overwhelming and maybe not overwhelming, maybe that's not the right word, but right, that caseload management and then all of that communication, and how do you respond to these 27 phone calls and 52 emails or whatever. So are there tools that are built in that will help the counselors kind of learn to manage that, which will then help the customers get that communication back?
Yes, and actually one of the groups from the last cohort that graduated actually developed some tools and recommendations specifically for that.
Fantastic.
And so I know some of them have actually gone back and are trying out those tools. so that we can get the feedback on how they're working, if they're helpful, do we need to tweak, and see how we might be able to roll that out to other regions and even statewide. This is also being looked at as a part of training redesign, and how do we develop a system that helps support the new counselors when they come on board, so that they can focus their time and attention on learning the job versus being thrown into it, just like you said.
Makes sense. All right, Tammy, get us moving.
Alrighty, so we're on 1.4, implement a workforce planning strategy that enhances use of career ladders and career pathways. And this is where we continue to look at the expansion of career ladders. We've done that. Staff are receiving career ladders, just so you know, and their promotions. So far in 2025, fiscal year 2025, there have been 244 staff who were eligible for career ladder promotions receive a career ladder promotion. Which, in comparison.
Process item. I'm gonna step out just for a second. So our vice chair, Peggy, is going to chair the meeting until I return.
Thank you, Chairman. Continue to move on, just so to have somewhat of a comparison, in the entire fiscal year 2024, we had 196 staff receive a promotion. So we've already seen a pretty significant increase in the number of staff who received a career ladder promotion. It was 250 staff in 2023, and then 2022, it was 169. Okay. 1.5, assess and improve strategies to recruit and hire candidates for VR positions. This is something that we are continuously looking at how we can do this. We've shared that we've looked at SNAP hiring. So I've shared with you all in previous meetings how we're working with HR on SNAP hiring. But in addition to that, I wanted to just look at my notes to see we have reduced the requirements for paperwork for what managers need to submit when they're recommending a hire. So that is also something that I think is helping to streamline and also improve the time for hiring. And just to give some data behind this, in 2025, fiscal year 2025, to date, our average days to conditional offer is 43, and the average days to hire is 55. In fiscal year 2024, our average days to conditional offer was 48, and average days to hire was 63. So we have reduced that. And then even going back to fiscal year 23, it was 57 days average for conditional hire and 73 days average to hire. So we're reducing it, which is good to see.
This is Karen. So is this, you guys, are you having to follow, I know before the agency was with HHSC, there must have been some process within that agency. So having a TWC, did that, I would say delay, but make it longer than what it was when you were with HHSC and you guys are making changes to reduce this amount of time so that you were more successful in getting people hired?
I don't know that we're comparing it to where we were when we were at HHSC, because that's now been a decade. But what we are looking at is how do we improve and shorten the time frame with the processes we have in place here at TWC, because we continue to hear and have heard, how long it takes. But there's a variety of reasons, and that's why we're looking at the data, but overall, on average, we're reducing.
Which is great.
We have reduced it. But some of the things that can delay it are trying to get reference checks. Making sure that we've got all the needed documentation, that it's submitted timely, so that it goes through the required process and getting the approvals. Okay, moving on. 1.6, the continued use and expansion of communities of practice and peer support, and I've touched on that. But we have several communities of practice within the division, and really that this has been more of a grassroots effort from our staff and their recommendations and them wanting a community of practice. And it's across regions, so some regions have their own internal communities of practice, but the ones that we've mentioned in the director's report, these are ones that are statewide. So they're collaborating across regions, learning from each other, working through challenges, talking through how they can serve customers better, how do you do this? And so we're getting good feedback from, and people are showing up, so to the communities of practice. So I think they find them very valuable. All right, let's move on to next slide for goal 2, which is to improve provider recruitment, retention, and support. So 2.1, enhance provider support and training. Again, this is, we've implemented the regional provider meetings as well as the quarterly provider meetings that we are having with providers. We also are also here, which ties into all of this. So you heard Michael mention that the 2791, House Bill 2791, the passage of that was a good thing. And I think that that's also going to help us here because not only does it continue to give us the authority we need to procure via open enrollment, but it also allows us where we are not able to secure providers, but enter into direct negotiations. So we are currently working with procurement, contracting, we're gonna have to develop rules around this. So that's all in the works and has been in the works since the passage of that bill.
Does that mean, is there a kind of a targeted timeline as to when those open enrollments might be published or available?
I am not sure of that. Karen, Jamie, do you know of an actual, has there been discussions about when this would be able to roll out, about a time frame?
So the conversations have been more around the need for the services, goods or services to procure, and should we have a more immediate need to post something, then we of course still have our existing process and paperwork and application that we could use, or we could utilize the new, what's now in the statute that allows us to directly negotiate. What we'd like to do is we started to improve the process prior to the passing of the legislation, so we're not starting at the very beginning, but we'd like to improve the process and roll that out altogether versus using the old process and then switching over to a new process since we already had that pause. But I do know that the team is going to work on starting to negotiate with hospitals because it's always a service that we need and in a lot of places. So this really gives us some latitude to reach out to hospitals. And one of the biggest reasons that a lot of them choose not to work with us from the very beginning is our application process. So now that we don't necessarily have to ask them to go through that, we're going to start that immediately, whereas we're going to see if we can finalize the improved open enrollment process, including looking at solicitation software, so that we can try to take some of the manualness out of the process. Yes,
Please
for you
do
all.
that.
Yeah, so there's no real timeline, but the team is actively working on it. And there's been work on it, and we definitely want to get it out as soon as possible. But it would not stop us from posting an open enrollment with our existing process should we need those services,
So
immediately.
if there was like a employment service provider, right, that's all I really know. But in an area that has a need for the employment provider, like how, if the enrollment isn't posted, how would they even know that, hey, I could do this in this area, or how would they get started? Like, could they reach out and say, qualified, I want to start to serve this area, or do they still have to wait for an open enrollment?
So, yes, well, we would initiate the request for the goods or services.
Okay, so they still have, you would still be the
Yes, so
one to
we
focus.
initiate that process,
Thank you.
yeah. But it made me think of one of the improvements to the process that we're making also is to be much more data-driven in looking at heat maps where we have customers and services that are needed and providers in those areas. So where we have some dry spots, if you will, or where we're oversaturated with providers. And so one of the improvements to the process is not necessarily just opening it up everywhere for a long period of time. It's being very strategic in where we're soliciting the goods or services. So, and that's a combination of working with the data that we have and analyze, and also then talking with the regions. So that's a decision that we'll make as a team. So that's also part of the improvement.
So this kind of speaks to what we were talking about earlier in the committee meeting. So if there's a need, like an immediate need for providers, how does that process initiates on y'all's side, or? So, but you would have to know, so the region would have to tell you.
No, so, well, I mean, yes, they can. That's part of where the need can come from.
Yeah.
But we have multiple sources of data that we're looking at also.
Because we have an immediate need in Bell County. We have totally paused our STEM program because there are no skills training for that area.
Yeah.
It's a huge challenge.
Yeah.
Whatever barrier there is, it's something we need to talk about because we're trying to solve. I don't understand where the challenge is. I mean, what the barriers are per se.
Yeah, so there's we get input from multiple staff members around the need, even from our counselors and RAs. They'll tell us, if they're struggling with finding specific providers in their area. But usually that funnels up through our local team that works very closely with our providers, our Qs or RPSSs, sorry to give y'all another acronym, but the Qs or RPSSs, and that usually funnels up through our regional leadership. And they work with Andrew and his team on the provider support team to take a further look to see if that's a need. I mean, there's a need in a lot of areas.
So for our area, we have to go through Kelly.
Yes, I would encourage the team to go through the DRD or the RD to let us know.
Well, and what we can also do, hearing this, is taking a look at, in working with PCS, because we've got to work closely with them, is, mapping out a projected time frame for when this new process would be fully implemented, and if we need to consider an open enrollment based upon more immediate need right now.
Yeah, because there's a need right now.
We'll take that back, and we have regular meetings with PCS, and I think that's the conversation that we'll have with them to determine if it's gonna be, how long that's going to be, to see if we need to implement something sooner. But we'll take that into consideration, yes.
Yeah, but outside of this meeting, that's a good avenue to go through. Our team can go through at any time.
Okay,
Can I ask a quick question? Once a determination is needed for a provider in the process, is it a contractual, time-limited service providers, or do they have to renew after so long, or how's that done? Or is that still a work in process?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Glenn. It's Jamie.
Okay. You've identified a provider, and there's an application, or they've identified a provider, and they've been approved or accepted, or whatever the term is you're gonna use. Will they have a contract, a time-limited contract that has to be renewed after so long, or how's that gonna work?
Yes, so typically the terms, those would be part of the terms and conditions of the contract. So it's for, X amount of time, and it can include any number of renewal options. So for example, it may look like it's a 2-year contract, but there's an opportunity for 2 additional renewals at 2 years each, so for a total of 6 years. So that's just an example of what one contract could be.
So it could be, you specifically mentioned hospitals, and I'm thinking, are we only talking about hospitals, or are we talking about, what are we talking about in terms of the kinds of providers? Because I'm not sure I understand. Providers is such a broad term.
Mm-hmm.
David, you wanna maybe?
Glenda, it's David Johnston. I think the scope of this, the impact that the absence of the open enrollment process had on us was all of our contracted service providers. Every, whether it was O&M, DME, hospitals, across, employment services providers across the board. It was a pervasive impact for all of the contracted services. So this is getting us back into a place where we can revitalize that infrastructure.
Revive.
Okay, that answered my question.
Okay.
Between the two of you, then.
I know, sometimes what we have, it takes several of us. It takes a village, especially when you start talking about the contracting process.
Right.
Anything related to contracts. Okay, so 2.3 is ensure that payment rates are competitive and equitable. This is obviously PCG, right? And I know that the chairman has included this as a specific agenda item on the topic. So I don't know if you want me to go ahead and give an update here, which I will do, and then I guess if he wants to have it as the agenda item, he can. But essentially, we know that we've been dependent upon what was going to happen during the legislative session. That was good news, right? So as we've been going back and evaluating to make a recommendation for how we phase in and implementation of the recommended rates, we've also had what we've seen at the federal level that I just covered with you all that may have a potential impact to the VR budget. So what I want to assure you all is that we do want to move forward, but it has taken a little bit more time because we wanted to see what we were potentially going to have to, or may still have to, depending on what happens with budget implications if the funding at the federal level regarding the client assistance program, supported employment, because those things would have an impact to the VR dollars. So what impact would that have on the overall budget and implementation of the PCG rates? So we do plan to move forward with implementing rates in fiscal year 26. We are just now working through finalizing what that proposal would be so that we can take it to commission to get it approved to be able to move forward. All right, and then ensuring 2.4, ensuring that a process is established for regular rate reviews and updates, which is dependent upon us moving forward. So, okay, we are going to move on to the next slide. Daniel, goal 3.
If I can interject here, this is Peggy. I think this is actually a perfect time for a break.
Oh, sure.
I think it's about that time.
I am good with that. You're right. It is past 1:45.
But only by 4 minutes, so we're good.
Good.
So yes, we will take a can, be back at 2:00.
Thank you. And whose spot is right now that I am? I think I have my kick It's just our office. Okay, we're ready to go live again. Here we go.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We will go ahead and, continue with, the director's report in just a moment. Yes, getting everything set up here as we get our PowerPoint back on.
Okay. All right, we will pick back up then on goal 3. Which is to streamline VR policy processes and procedures to facilitate timely service delivery. So again, this is where I think the VRSM redesign is what touches on 3.1, obviously streamline or redesign policy, procedures, forms, and approval processes, which, as you all know, the VRSM redesign was published. So now what we're working on with our policy team is working on is now identifying some of the policy changes that have been in the works on, we have a work in process board that we're prioritizing those that we can get to work on policy revisions that are needed. Let's see, 3.2, improve workflow processes and business systems. So Peggy, to your point about looking at what kind of technology can we get to make things easier, right? This is something that we are continuously looking into. And one of the things that I'm not sure Michael alluded to during his presentation, but we did get approval for a VR services guide that the VR division, we are working closely with IT to implement. And what this reference guide will do is it's gonna help our VR counselors identify beneficial services to customers who have circumstances and objectives that are consistent with past successful closure cases. So they can go in and, actually I'm looking at David because David knows this much better than I do in detail. So I'm gonna ask David if he can maybe just share a little bit about what this is going to do, how it's going to work, and how it's going to help our counselors.
Thank you, Tammy. David Johnston. The intent of the VR Services Guide is to take advantage of the information that we have, the considerable amount of information that we have from our existing cases, and to use that in a de-identified manner so that there's no exposure in terms of the customers. But the point being then that on the basis of this information from successfully closed cases, being able to then enter a few key points about a counselor's current case, and from that then finding matches, and then to help present the counselor then with a list of goods and services that have helped contribute to those successful closures for customers in similar circumstances. So whether it's to help a new counselor or to help even a tenured counselor with more esoteric circumstances a particular customer might be facing. The point is to be able to help get to take an informed, database, informed reapplication of our data in terms of the conversation then that the counselor is having with the customer as they're striving to develop the plan.
That would be good. We're very excited about this.
I could see that would be very beneficial.
utilizing technology, yay.
Right?
All right, so I think that covers goal 3, so we will move to goal 4, which is to improve and develop additional user-friendly resources to maximize customer choice. So here, provide 4.1 is to provide training and resources for staff members on labor market information and tools. So this continues to be something that's ongoing, right? Ensuring that our counselors are equipped with the tools and knowledge of how to use the labor market information so that they can help best provide information to the customers to make the informed choice. Because, you know, if we're gonna help support a customer in training in a particular area to achieve their goal, we wanna make sure that there's a labor market for that. Or they're willing to move somewhere where there is a labor market. So this continues to be something that we are working on with our counselors, incorporating it into training. The YES LMS system, the learning management system, has training, but then also working with our labor market department at Texas Workforce Commission. We have a lot of available resources that we can work with and are working with to help increase and expand the knowledge of our counselors in this area. 4.2, update training tools and policies related to work incentive programs and benefits counseling. So, you know, we've shared that we've added some let me get the wording correctly. Our work incentives folks at the state office level that are helping to provide counseling on benefits to our customers in the field who are receiving Social Security benefits. Regional benefit specialists, thank you, sorry, I was blanking on their title. And in Q3, the regional benefit specialists provided one-on-one benefits information and counseling to 32 customers, so we're talking about just Q3. They staffed 58 cases with SSA management. They staffed 89 individual cases with a VR counselor, provided 6 trainings on SSA benefits to VR staff members. They've obtained 84 benefits planning queries for customers, and they have verified receipt of benefits for 201 customers. So those are just some statistics on the things that they've done that have impacted staff and customers. And then 4.3, continue workforce collaboration and service coordination. In July, so just last month, we ended the pilot that we were conducting in, I think four offices, Melinda? Yes, four offices. And this is where they were tracking referrals, right? And seeing how that referral process can be tracked between Workforce Solutions and VR and vice versa. And so that way what we're hoping to get to is a common referral system, right? So the pilot ended in July, and we are currently reviewing the data obtained from that so that we can work on how we're going to move forward. And then also we are in the works of developing MOUs with each board area. So that work is underway.
This is Karen. Do you guys know that just with the pilot, I guess if that's what it was termed as, that there was an increase in referrals? Just, was there an immediate notice of that, or need to look at the data?
I need to look at the data, but let me ask Melinda, who is here. She's been the one who's been leading this effort with the four offices that have been piloting. So Melinda, do you have any information?
Yeah, hi, this is Melinda. Yeah, and I looked up. Christopher left. Anyways, yeah.
Christopher's up. Oh, he's up here.
Oh, hey, you moved. Sorry. We actually just looked at the data last Monday, and we did see an increase.
Okay,
The most that, I think the improved, I can't give you specific numbers unfortunately right now.
No, that's okay.
To get the final through July. But I think the thing that was really the best that we saw improved was just coordination, like people talking to one another. So we created with Elsa's help from the rehab work side, what does it look like to refer someone in the rehab work system over to workforce? And then the Workforce Development Division walked through the process with their work in Texas case management system. What is required to refer someone over to VR? So we gave them the system instructions, and then from there, they took the implementation piece, and they each kind of did different things, but overall, yes, there was an increase compared to a control group that Christopher and his team developed at another part of the state. So yeah.
Good, okay, thank you.
Sure thing.
So by next quarter, we'll have more information to share.
Tammy, I have a question about a couple of the updates and stuff. This is Noreen. So on the training tools and policies related to work incentive programs and benefits counseling, that just specifically related to those state employees? Or did you also have the data and the pieces associated with the benefit planning entities that you contract with?
So the data that I provided and the numbers I shared is just for our employees within the VR division. I do not have at my fingertips right now any data related to those that we contract with providing that. But if that's a request that you would like to make, I'm sure we could go back and work with the team, Christopher's team, on getting that data.
That would be fabulous. Also in that report, and I don't want to misinterpret what was meant by, you know, the language or the words, but you said one of the numbers that you gave was a verified receipt of benefits. What that could mean to a person is that the individual was supported to become eligible for Social Security benefits. And is that what was meant by that phrase on the numbers of it was like 30 people or something like that were verified receipt of benefits?
So I think it's that team of benefits program specialists, they helped our VR counselors verify that the 201 customers were receiving benefits.
Oh, okay, yeah, because usually if the person's already a Social Security beneficiary, you're not supporting an individual who wants to apply through an application process. That's not part
And
of.
that's a good point, and so we'll make sure that we make that more clear in the next report.
Okay. And then I have one more question, has to do with probably 4.3. I don't know. I don't know where it belongs, so I'll just throw it out there, right? Lauren Chenoweth was working, I think, with a collaborative group of agencies around smoothing out that process. How do we make sure that if a person's on a Medicaid waiver, you know, that they meet the criteria for being referred to VR and get, you know, and that relationship and how things might change. Is that a part of that 4.3 objective? Or is
No,
anybody?
are you talking about the work with the tri-agency?
Yes, there you go. Okay.
So that is actually
Workforce Development Lead. I'm sorry, what? I was saying, this is Melinda, sorry, Workforce Development Division has staff that specifically work in that, and when the areas touch the different programs that TWC operates, they connect with us. Am I speaking correctly, Tammy?
no, well, we do have, I just need to find it, we have information, we did provide an update on that work, I'm just trying to find where we, what that was. On the work on the, and Noreen, since you specifically mentioned Lauren's name, Lauren no longer works for the VR division. So I just wanted to
so sad.
I know, it is, yes. So, let me see, we were on 4.3.
I can find it if you wanna go on.
Okay, we're gonna find it and we will come back to you on that work, okay, Noreen?
Thank you, appreciate that.
Before
Fun, this is Jordan, I have another question.
Sure, Jordan.
So it's on 4.1 and 4.3. So whenever you're working with labor market information people, and they're like, okay, this particular thing the person wants to do, and it has the skills, has to be in another state. Or person is working, just got the job, and in order to keep the job, they have to transfer to a different state. What does service coordination look like for y'all? Are you like just handing them the phone number to the state VR program in the state they're moving to? Or do y'all actually reach out and do a warm handoff and can make sure services continue and don't drop?
I hope our counselors are doing the latter of what you just said. That would be what I would expect of our staff doing, is helping them to get coordinated with VR services in the state that they're potentially moving to. However, it doesn't mean that they have to open a case in the other state, and we can continue to help with that if they're taking a job in another state. So if they have a job, or if they're moving to another state and need services, ideally it would be us helping to facilitate getting them connected with VR services in that state, and then working collaboratively together.
Okay, I was just curious, I haven't like had anyone like say anything, but it's like you
Yeah.
talk about market and you talked about how sometimes that means not in Texas, and then you just have service coordination.
It would,
So,
we hope it would be in Texas, and that's what we try for. But when we're talking about the labor market using labor market information, a part of that planning with the customer is looking at, if you want a job in a specific area, are there job openings there? And if not, you may have to look to go somewhere else to get a job in that area. I mean, if you live in Midland, Odessa, if you want to be a marine biologist, I don't know how many marine biologists there are in Midland, Odessa, right? Maybe Corpus Christi, might be. So that's just, that might be an extreme example, but an example when counselors are working with their customers, it's important to know the labor market, and it's important for our customers to also be aware of what the labor market is, so that we're not expending a lot of dollars to get them training in an area that there's not a job opportunity for them.
So if customers moves to another state and Texas has provided the dominance of services, how is that closure determined?
We can still get a successful closure from that, because if we've helped them to become employed, we actually can wait the 90 days and close the case successful, and we do that.
Even if another state has provided some services?
Yep.
Because, I would think that if Texas has provided a good deal of services and spent quite a bit of money,
Yeah, RSA does allow for that.
well, they should.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
All right, any other questions?
the other one, since Linda, I almost said the wrong name, kind of brought up closure. So what I have kind of noticed, because I have recently closed as successful, is in the newest version of the closure letter, it says that we are closing your case as rehabilitated. And the issue I have with that is when you're saying that someone has been rehabilitated, you're basically saying that they had problems and they have been fixed. And that is a systems-based viewpoint where it's a medical model and you're looking at what is wrong with the person, and the system feels that it's their job to fix the person. When in actuality, the whole point of at least TWC VR services is to do a person-centered approach to support the person and obtaining and maintaining employment. And so I would like y'all to kind of look into that and see if maybe instead of the case has been closed as rehabilitative, if we can maybe say successful or something else that would be more person-centered, focused.
That's a great point.
And I think this was a recent change, because this is like I know at least my second case, possibly my third that I've closed successful. And I don't recall any of my previous closure letters saying you are marked, the case is marked as rehabilitated. And so I'm thinking it's a change since my last case. Maybe not,
I'm
but
not
that's
sure about that, but
something that
But I've noted
jumped out.
that, and we'll go back and take a look at that.
It's a great point. You're applying an inclusive lens instead of looking at the.
Yeah.
Really good.
That's all I had.
Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so we will move on to, oh, well, let me pause there. Jamie, were you able to get?
5-1, it's coming up.
5-1, I knew, I was like, I know it's there, I know it's there. I know it's in my notes somewhere. Okay, so we'll talk about it. So here we go. Goal 5. Provide VR staff with knowledge and improve system capacity to enhance service delivery to customers. So, Noreen, this under 5.1, where we provide additional training and resources for VR staff to strengthen and increase expertise and specialization. And actually, the full update under the Employment First policy and work being done with the tri-agency work group is listed in the report under 5.1 if you want to review the entire update that we provided here. But the most recent is that there were 3 strategies that were developed. The first one was build a strategic framework, which has been done. Well, no, it's not completely done. The latest update we've received is that the work group is finalizing a customer journey map to help individuals navigate the services available from the 3 agencies. And it's expected to be ready at the November 2025 Tri-Agency Conference. So that's right, now reading that reminds me that that's what they're planning so that they can roll it out there at the conference. And then strategy 2 is develop VR capacity, so for VR specifically, and this was securing additional benefit planning resources, which we've done. And then the third strategy is to develop and enhance the continuum of services for individuals with the most significant disabilities. And this is where we're continuing to work on our customized employment policy and securing a provider that securing someone, well, it could be a provider, I guess, securing someone that we can contract with to train our providers specifically on customized employment. So that's where we're at on that. Okay, let's go to just an update, because I know we've talked a lot about the peer specialist training and endorsement. So again, there was a pilot conducted in May where we had 8 VR staff members and 4 peer specialists from informed communities participate and provide feedback. So the team is working to incorporate that feedback to brief myself and the executive leadership team so that we can roll out the peer support services and training to staff. And then deaf and hard of hearing training. Again, we had the pilot conducted in May. May seems to be the pilot training month. We had 20 VR counselors who serve our customers who are deaf and hard of hearing attend the training in Gulf Coast. It was received well and is now available for all of our VR staff members. So we're just going to continue to follow up, ensure that our counselors are utilizing that training and getting their feedback to see if we need to provide any additional ongoing training.
Tammy, how is
Yes.
the training provided? Is it recorded or live or?
Jamie, do you know with the rollout of that one, and I apologize, I don't wanna give you the incorrect, because given we've got multiple trainings that have rolled out recently, I wanna make sure that we give you the correct information.
I don't know that I know, but I'll find out.
We're gonna find out for you. I know that the pilot was conducted in person, but I believe we've rolled it out, but I don't know exactly for that specific training, so we'll get that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, the next one, develop pilot, I'm sorry, not next slide. 5.2, develop, pilot, and replicate innovative approaches to implementing the VR process. So,
This is Karen, can I ask a question on the training? So do you guys, when you have it, and I guess that's kind of specialized to, like you mentioned, the deaf and hard of hearing, and you offer it out there, is there a requirement that someone is supposed to?
yes,
And do they have a time frame that they're supposed to do it by?
yes.
Okay, and is that kind of reported to somebody or the supervisor?
So what we've typically done is had some way of tracking completion of that training. And there's a variety of ways that we've done that. Sometimes it's through a survey at the end of the training so that we can capture that utilizing MS forms. We are also able to have staff report their training completed training in CAPS. So our HR system, so that when we go back and look at required training completion, that it's there.
Okay. That's kind of one of Melva's questions earlier, asking for that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So we always look at when we are rolling out, how do we capture that? It used to be before MS Forms, it used to be, well, the manager needs to get, some sort of tracking tool in place, but we've been able to, MS Forms has been very helpful to us and we utilize it a lot because it's an easy way of tracking. Okay, getting back to 5.2, so we've shared with the council of the 2 pilots that we've been conducting, one in Region 4, to improve staff capacity, coverage for basic caseload, and customer retention. And then in Region 6 was the purchasing pilot. So in May 2025, the pilot ended for Region 6. The region requested to end the pilot and they have submitted their findings and recommendations to leadership for the VR division for review. Recommendations included further consideration to improve efficiency and vendor relations and using artificial intelligence to help create standardized purchasing processes. At the time, the region did not recommend a statewide replication, and the region is currently transitioning its purchasing services back to how it was done prior to the pilot. Staff members and will also go into their positions that they were in prior to the pilot. And the target completion date for the transition back is September, so we're currently in the process of getting that all done.
Any learnings why the pilot didn't bear fruit?
So there were some good lessons learned, but ultimately what it came down to is by pulling resources from the management units to help provide that direct service delivery and that direct service support to our counselors, it put an overburden on the rehab assistants that were staying back and covering, and I say staying back, I don't mean that physically, but what I'm saying is in their roles is, they had to then support more than 2 to 3 counselors, and it was creating some delays, it was creating some barriers, they were becoming less efficient just because of the nature of the additional duties that they had to take on for the staff that were pulled to specifically work in the purchasing unit. So there were lessons learned, And that's what we're looking at, the full data and the recommendations to see how we can take the good from what was learned from the pilot and see if there's an opportunity to implement anything there. Regarding Region 4, let's see, let me go back. So, they are currently still in the pilot. And, I lost track in my, okay, here we go. And the current results show that the revised process has significantly improved cycle time, the duration of time the process it takes to complete, and preliminary feedback from field and staff members has been positive, especially around the specialization of counselors and focusing on certain areas. The pilot continues to achieve other objectives, including improving staff expertise by reducing the variability of tasks, as well as higher retention rates than both the pilot control management unit and state level staff retention rates. The pilot is going to continue through August, so the rest of this month, while VR Region 4 monitors the pilot's impact on staff members, customers, assessing metrics and surveys, getting the folks who are participating in the pilot their feedback. Then they will submit their recommendations to leadership. All right, moving on to 5.3, enhancing and increasing training for transition and other VR counselors with school assignments. So in 2022 is where we've launched Fostering Transition, which is an ongoing statewide initiative. And in fact, we just had staff attend Foster Youth Conference up in Allen, Texas. That was just a couple of weeks ago. And we had staff attend, Jamie was there. I think it was overall a very good conference is the feedback that I've received on that. Let's see. That's, yep, that covers 5.3. Now 5.4. Review capacity and structure of the VR transition and other counselors and adjust as necessary to strengthen capacity. So this is where we are always looking at ways we can continue to serve more students with disabilities. And we have, let's see. This one is the customer satisfaction, which I know you guys already pretty much went over. But this is where we've talked about creating specialized positions to take potentially eligible referrals, establishing specialized transition units, and providing pre-employment transition services before a case is assigned to a transition counselor. So, we've not moved forward with any of these because we're currently evaluating where we can overall maybe make changes to our organizational structure at the field office. So the reason why we have not moved forward with implementing these is because we're looking at a broader way of potential changes that might better serve our customers. So this is all being considered, but we have not moved forward. But it's not off the table.
You're just waiting for the right place, right time.
Exactly. And then 5.4, oh no, that's 5.4, so let's move on to goal 6. Next slide, Daniel. And this is increase and enhance partnerships with employers. So 6.1, continue and expand efforts to raise awareness among employers of the benefits of hiring people with disabilities. And we launched our We Hireability Employer Recognition Program, honoring employers whose workforce represents 10% or more of individuals with disabilities. We've recently received a nomination, and so we are working through the process of that, and we'll hopefully have a ceremony coming soon to recognize another employer. 6.2, support collaboration between VR business relations coordinators and business service units at local workforce development boards. The monthly meetings are continuing here. We're also trying to provide additional training and resources. So as they work collaboratively together to meet with businesses, that they're helping employers understand the benefits of hiring people with disabilities and focusing on businesses that even our board partners have relationships with. 6.3, provide professional development training opportunities to the VR division business relations teams. We have certified, I think all of our business relation coordinators gone through windmills now?
Maybe all except for one, I think.
All except for one, so that's been a priority for us. We see value in this certification and training for our business relations coordinators, so.
I'm glad they all do.
They do?
I just got it correct.
Okay, thank you. I was like, I think so, but you know, I've got folks that help correct me. So that's good news, because that's been years in the works. And then as is, you know, we don't want to lose any of our business coordinators, but if an opportunity comes up and they leave the position, whenever we do hire somebody new into that role, that is one of the required trainings that we ensure that they get.
Tammy, these are, one person in that position would be like Deborah Jones, right?
Correct.
Who came
Correct.
to the Dallas. Okay, I just want to make sure I understood exactly.
You are correct, Jordan.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. 6.4, implement and expand employer partnerships. So some of you may have been getting notices about the TWC Texas conferences for employers, which are sponsored by the Office of Commissioner Representing Employers, Commissioner Esparza. There's one in Austin next week or the week after?
22nd,
Okay.
whatever the Friday is, at Kalahari.
At Kalahari, yes. So that's something that we have our business relations coordinators attend. It's a great opportunity to meet with employers. We're also always looking at ways that we can meet with employers, provide disability awareness training. And so, you know, this is the big focus of our business relations team. And then 6.5, diversify and increase the numbers of employers who hire or retain individuals with disabilities. So this is our business relations team is partnering with labor market and career information and career education to increase employment opportunities for customers. So by utilizing and tapping into that labor market data, the team is refining a targeted list of occupations and industries with strong employment potential. Again, this is going to be a tool, right? A tool for our counselors to use when they're having conversations with our customers about what are the opportunities. So we're excited. In September 2025 is when that is scheduled to go out and launch and be shared with our staff.
How did you pick participants? Like, is it like
Participants for who's going to get the list? I want to make sure I'm understanding your question.
it's like, is it broad? Is it?
Melinda, can you speak a little bit more on the rollout of that?
Yeah, so we're actually working, this is Melinda, so we're speaking with the data team to look at where employers currently are hiring, like looking at the targeted occupation list in each workforce development area. They each have their own as to the industries that are the most employment in their communities. And so looking at those lists to see where we have employers that are hiring in those industries and getting the data to show, you know, which employers are kind of have been hiring a lot of customers and targeting the industries based on the employers in the community. But it's going to be really tied to that targeted occupation list that workforce development already puts out as the jobs in their communities. Does that help?
Yeah, very much so.
And so then it'll go out by workforce area.
So you're kind of looking into where there seems to be a good fit based on the current performance and then looking for what else is a profile.
Exactly, kind of what Tammy was saying earlier, and I think George alluded to, is if you're in Lubbock, maybe a marine biologist isn't the best thing for you, but what is? What are the jobs in your community? So it really is tying to the other goal related to ensuring staff know about labor market and the jobs in the communities. These two are really kind of tied together.
So meaning that the needs of the employer.
Exactly.
Meeting needs of employer, and it's also getting to the informed choice piece, right? That we continue to receive, not as good ratings as I would like to see on the customer satisfaction surveys, as well as the statewide needs assessment. The use of labor market, the VR counselor knowledge of labor market, and I think helping our customers with the informed choice piece, this is also very much going to help with.
Data driven, exactly, yeah, Jennifer.
But also
Because really, customer can't make an informed choice if they don't know the jobs in their community. So it's really, and our counselors may not be out and about knowing all that information either. So how are we getting the information to them about what's happening in their community based on previous success, as you said, Gennady, as well as looking at the employment goals of our customers? Are we targeting those employers? So it's gonna go both ways. So what are the customers saying they want, and are we getting some career goals that are able to meet in that community? And if so, we need to start targeting those employers to help open up those opportunities.
Yeah. I remember when we added the goal, I had a little bit to do with it.
Which we're glad you did.
And we didn't laugh, and this is just, I think, a fantastic
It's
milestone that now it's becoming real. So
Yes.
I'm extremely excited.
And the targeted occupation, those are the occupations that are funded through WIOA for training. So it's a way to leverage dollars.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
comparable benefits, exactly.
Yes, so, we've made a lot of strides, we still have a long way to go. But when we talk about really working together as a workforce system, I think the conversations we're having right now, and exactly what you just brought up, I think is a result of us being a part of the workforce system and figuring out how we can work together and utilize the resources that we have at our hands and help employers.
Not just help employers, help every.
Well, yeah, help business, help employers, but helping them by having qualified job applicants.
The no customer.
But what we do,
The new
right,
customer.
yes, the new customer, exactly. So that completes my part of the presentation.
And I understand we also covered the BCG rate study.
We did.
That was out.
We did. Okay, but we're gonna do that under transition services. So that way, if Chairman, if you're okay with it, we could just, I guess, transition into the performance update.
Let's just, pause for a second. Folks, any questions, any feedback, any comments for Tammy, from members of the council? Good, sounds like everything's good.
Well, I just wanted to, 20 years of hearing these reports, I don't know how many people put that report together for you, or, I just wanted to say, reading those 50 pages every quarter, it's been informative, and I really appreciate all the hard work that you guys are going through putting it together. I just want you guys on that.
Thank you.
Here, here.
It is very, very, very good information.
Thank you. We have a really good team, working hard, and, we want to do what we can to continue to improve so that our customers get the best services.
I do have a question. This is Jordan. So when we're talking about the business information and looking at the jobs and all that good stuff, and peer support, because back when I first started VR services for peer support, I knew more than my counselor. And so my little bit of my concern is, what are y'all's plans? Because it's now not just mental health and substance use peer support. Here soon, it's also going to be VR, because y'all are working on an endorsement. So are y'all going to make sure whenever the VR counselors are trained, they kind of understand each
Yes.
umbrella? I mean, I agree that they all overlap, but just because someone has mental health doesn't necessarily mean they're involved with VR. And
That
so
is true.
VR peer support is not really going to be supportive for them. And so I'm just a little bit concerned about that, and just making sure that I agree they need to know about as much as possible, but at the same time, in a way that it is easy for them to understand the differences, so that when they're working with the consumer, they can better fit the consumer with what they're looking for. Because unfortunately, there are some people who have not had a great experience with VR for whatever reason, and so and they may want to do peer support, but trying to connect them with the VR peer support endorsement track for employment probably would not be the most person-centered thing to do. So I just want to kind of, as you're looking at the different job markets and who's hiring what and all that good stuff, especially around peer support, since VR is now going to have an endorsement in that, which thank y'all, because it's needed. It is definitely needed. Just making sure there are distinctions, so that way when someone comes and says, I want to be your peer support specialist, the conversations can start happening around, well, exactly what in that field do you want to do? And that way, time and resources are not wasted, or we're not opening up old wounds that people have healed from.
Thank you for bringing that up. And yes, we will do what we can to ensure that our counselors are trained appropriately in knowing the difference, and reminding them that, again, all of our services are individualized for that individual customer.
Okay.
This is Nova. I have a question. I work with a lot of consumers that are in the OIB program. And one of the things, of course, they're losing vision at pretty young. 55 is still young. And sometimes in their transition of adjusting to blindness, they're at a stage of, I need services and I need it right now. So they opt into going into OIB, but they want to go back to work. Does OIB counselors assist with job search? Could they go into a job program? How did that work? Could they go to VR?
So, yes, if somebody who's being served in the OIB program says that they want to go to work, their OIB worker or caseworker should refer them to VR. The OIB program is all about independent living, and for the purposes of this council, OIB is not a program that is, what's the word I'm looking for? The council only has advisory responsibilities for the VR program. So what I would say is, if you get individuals who are asking that question, if they're wanting to go to work, which is great, then they would need to be referred to a VR counselor. And you can always reach out to me, Melva, and if we need to help with any of that facilitation, happy to do so, or to talk more specifically with you about that, we can do that. You're welcome.
Good question.
You know, Terry, speaking of that, just on that OIB business, does OIB have a council that the advisory council, committee, or, such as this?
No. It does not.
All right, folks, any other questions for Tammy?
Maybe they're lucky y'all. They don't get challenged like y'all do.
Partnerships.
Yeah.
Relationship.
No, I think it's good that we get to ask questions and understand.
Folks, any other questions for Tammy and her team? Okay.
I have a question. This is Erica Kress, and I had a question regarding the Sarah. Can you describe that to anyone who doesn't know what it is, and like what is the budget, and is it successful, or what do we know about it?
All right, Erica, I am going to hand that off to David Johnston to speak next to you. So pass the mic, okay, passing him the mic.
Okay, so
See what happens when you come back, David?
These are all softballs.
Okay, so good afternoon, David Johnston. So Sarah, first of all, Sarah is an acronym that stands for Semi-Autonomous Research Assistant. Sarah is an application that was developed by the folks at the Career Index under a VR grant to facilitate communication, engagement, documentation between VR, between the counselor and the customer. And it's intended to help support and really save time. Because obviously one of the things that is a significant time investment for the counselor and the customer both has to do with the passing back and forth of information, the documentation that the program needs. And what Sarah allows the customer and the counselor to have is a secure two-way communication path, whether it's email, text, or I mean, they can use both. And what that allows then is for the information to be, it's documented, any communication that the counselor sends out, the customer sends back, all of that is retained and documented in Sarah, and therefore then in RehabWorks as case notes, so it greatly helps with the capturing of that information, but it also provides the customer with a secure way to submit documentation, and whether it's, for example, I-9 documentation, or the great transcript at the end of a semester. It's a way for all that information to be shared. Nobody has to, you just don't have to be concerned about the information not being handled in a secure, confidential manner. And because it creates the case notes in not only in Sarah, but then into RehabWorks, that allows that communication to be preserved and incorporated into the customer's case documentation. So that's a real high level perspective on that. So is there something more specific I can speak to?
Myself, as a customer who is blind visually impaired, I guess the accessibility and the consent. But I could talk for hours on consent and accessibility. So I'd love, and we can move on, but I'd like to, if you want to talk about that later.
Sure, that'd be fine.
Yeah, thanks.
I'd like to.
Good. Eric, and it's always a good reminder because Sarah's been around for a couple of years, but not everybody knows about it, right?
Yeah, why does Sarah keep texting me? Who's Sarah?
It's a common theme,
yes. I do think that one of the issues with Workforce Commission and solutions and documentation has been accessibility issues that when new programs and new means of communication are brought out, that needs to really, really be watched, because the comments, were made from time to time about that. So it's a real issue.
We should keep an eye on every single thing, like we are leading, like, we should be leading the charge on accessibility, so.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of the things that we are looking at doing is how we can improve in this area. And designating some staff resources to this specifically. So when we do roll out, that we've ensured that it is accessible. So I want you to know that I take this seriously. I can let you know that Mr. Cerna takes this seriously. And because it's true, what we do each and every day, we need to be leading the charge and setting the example for accessibility.
I do know the people in the department that have reviewed some of the stuff, and some of it hadn't even gone by their department that's gone out. I know the people personally. I've worked with them. So that is something I would say needs to really, really be watched.
Okay, thank you.
Tammy,
In fact, I've worked with some of them, worked with probably all of them. The 3 people that I know.
Okay, David?
Mr. Chair, we got a word from afar here. Scott's sharing the fact that customers who do opt in to SARE have a higher employment rate than those who don't. Just as a, an observation in terms of the contribution it can make to a successful outcome.
Perfect. So the easier we make for folks to use it, the more we opt in, and the better. Glenda, brilliant point, brilliant reminder. All the tools we launch, we need to be very, very good about getting feedback on accessibility, getting right reducing accessibility, and once it's launched, monitoring usage, monitoring, work with post-Striving, and continue to improve. All right, let's keep on going. Tammy, returning the floor over to Chris and Jeff.
Yes, Daniel, can you bring up the performance presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right.
Chris, you're presenting throughout, or Jeff is also helping out?
Jeffrey is, he got pulled into a meeting, so I will be leading the charge for this presentation. Talk about resilience. I think this presentation's been going on for, even before I started doing it, so. It's a resilient presentation.
Well, we do adapt it.
Yeah.
Pull some things in, pull some things out. But yeah, it's
Okay, all right, next slide, please. Okay, so we usually start this out with a very high level, and these are the performance measures. As you see here, we're looking at both state and federal targets, that year-end target column, and I'll explain as we go down. And these are just targets that are set either at the state level or with RSA to monitor progress of the VR program. Okay, so the first measure is participants served, and this is a state level target. And as you see, for that R4Q, by the way, means rolling 4 quarters. It happens to be a program year this time, a program year being from July to June. And so program year 24, unlike the state fiscal year, the program year is labeled the year it begins rather than year it ends. Just fun fact. So program year 24, the VR program had 71,649 participants served, which is significantly higher than the year-end target of 69,900 or so. So that's a positive outcome. The next measure is average cost. And so what you do is you take the total amount expended, and this again is the same program year 24 divide it by the number of participants and you get the average cost. The target for the year end was 4,000 or so, 37. The performance is 4,172, so very close to the target. Next, and please interject if you have any questions about any of these as we go along.
What
Yes.
does MP stand for? I
Needs-
forgot.
Yes, no, that's a very good question, George. There's a lot of acronyms for this. Meets performance.
Okay, and then plus P is,
So if you exceed the target by more than 5%, you get a plus P, which means exceeding performance.
okay,
In the event that you were more than 5% lower than target, you would have a minus P, but there are none for this year.
okay.
Okay, so employed Q2 post-exit, so this is the employment rate under WIOA. So you look at how many participants who exited are still employed or are employed in their second quarter after exit. The target that was set in negotiation with RSA was 60% for program year 24. The result is extremely close, 59.6%. That's very positive. The next measure is employed or enrolled Q2 to Q4 post-exit. And what that means is you look at everyone who was employed in their second quarter after their exit and see how many of them are still employed 6 months later, 2 quarters later in their fourth quarter. So this is also a retention measure. And the performance is 88.5%, which means that 88.5% of all the VR participants who were employed in their second quarter after exit were still employed in their fourth quarter after exit, which is really positive. And the target is 87%. So again, it gets a meets performance. Okay, now we're going to the credential rate. The credential rate, if you notice in the small print underneath where we have the performance, 50%, the time period for this is, or the cohort period, we're looking at participants who exited calendar year 23, so that's January 2023 to December 2023. And then we follow them all the way up to 4 quarters after their exit and see if how many of them received a credential, or if it was a secondary credential, how many are employed after their exit. The year-end target was 40.7%, a federal target, and the result is 50%. So that is significantly higher than the negotiated target.
What do you mean by credential?
A credential can be a college degree, for example. The post-secondary credential could be a training program, vocational training, some sort of certification. It could be and correct me if I'm wrong, VR folks, it could be an associate's degree. And there also are secondary credentials, I believe would be a high school diploma.
So it's not closure, it's not employed, but it's credentialed in terms of completion of...
Did they receive a credential all the way up to a year after they exited? And the reason I mentioned...
Exited meaning
left
their program or their...
Yes, the
Oh,
VR
okay,
program.
got it.
Yes, and there's a special provision if you get a secondary or a high school diploma, that if you're employed within a year after your exit, you're counted as well. So it's there's some nuances, but it's very, very good performance. Okay, and the last one is MSG, which means measurable skills gains. And this measures, this is a current measure. So if you look at the time period, it is program year 24, July 24 to June 25. And it looks at participants who were enrolled in any sort of training, it could be secondary, it could be post-secondary. And did they receive a skills gain? It could be a report card, it could be some other marker milestone. The target was 51.7%, and so far, and there may be more data, and 52.7%. So it looks like the R met that target as well. Some of the federal targets are not finalized until we hear back from RSA, which will probably be in September or so. But preliminary results look positive.
Who's RSA?
The Rehabilitation Services Administration. It's the
So is that the federal version of y'all?
It's our federal oversight agency.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
yeah.
The one and only RSA.
They're the ones who give us our grant, they're the ones that we report to.
Okay. Okay. Any questions? I know that was a mouthful. Any questions on the performance measures?
Let's dive into the details.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, next slide, please. This is just a crosswalk between the VR service area or region and the board areas. As most of you know, there are 6 VR regions. Okay, next slide. So these are just some high-level bullet points when we look at both participants served and the success rate, successful closure rate, that is. So as I mentioned before, we had a strong growth in participants served. And if you look at disability categories, the strongest growth, or kind of the driver of the growth, was intellectual and learning or cognitive disabilities. And I think a lot of it does have to do with a growing student population with disabilities coming into the VR program. The successful closure rate decreased from about 51.4% in the last program year to 47.7% in this program year.
In that group or different?
No, statewide, overall, I mean, in all disability categories. And we'll get into, in the slides ahead, we can look at by disability category. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this looks at growth by region. As you see here.
Remember, you've got people who can't read the screen.
Yes, I'm about to, I will highlight the
Verbalize the numbers.
relevant, yeah. I was just about to say region 2, or the Dallas-Fort Worth area, had the strongest growth as it went from about 16,000 to over 17,000. So over 1,000 participants, more participants served compared to last year. Okay, next slide, please.
The most,
Yeah.
So on page 5, the most important item to me is, let me just double check before I say something silly.
Yep.
There is no meaningful degradation in any region. Growth in some, but there's no shrinkage in any region.
That is true, Mr. Chair.
Some are more flat, so region 1 is flattish, slightly down, region 6 is flattish, slightly down. Everybody else is exhibiting growth. Region 1, larger growth, so region 2, larger growth. Some are smaller, but that's a really good sign of recovery.
Did you have a question about region 3?
Yeah.
Yes, sure. So region 3 was increased by about 600 or so participants over the last year. Okay, next slide, please. Now we're looking at by category of disability, and I'll go through each disability category. Auditory and communication had an increase, probably around 400 or 500 or so. Intellectual and learning, as I mentioned earlier, had a strong increase. So we had 20,514 in program year 23. For 24, 22,752. So about over 2,000 number increased. Physical category decreased slightly from about 15,000 to about 14,500. Psychosocial and psychological increased by from close to 14,700 to about 15,000. The legally blind had a decrease from about 3,000, close to 3,800 to close to 3,600, so about a 200 participant decrease year on year. On the other hand, other visual was basically stayed the same, 3,836 more for this program here.
Chris, this is Karen.
Yes.
Are you, if we're looking for the numbers for neurodivergent, that would be done for the intellectual and learning?
Also, so that's a good question. So sometimes if you take like a disability like autism, for example, sometimes the primary difficulty or impact is cognitive. So they would be into the intellectual and learning. Other times it's more psychosocial, and so they may appear in that category. It's based on primary disability difficulty. So I would say those two categories, the intellectual learning and the psychosocial and psychological. But learning disabilities, for example, would mean intellectual, obviously, intellectual and, and learning.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, any questions on?
What does
yes.
not reported mean?
That is probably, we can probably take that, that row off the slide. That means that we don't have a disability type for them in the case management system, which there may have been a couple records that they know that earlier, much earlier, didn't have that. But
Did you have
hearing? Yes, that's the auditory communication, and that increased by about 500.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, and so here we see percentages. So basically, what we're looking at here is what percent of 100%, all the participants served, what percent does each disability category, what's their proportion? And one thing that it's very steady, deaf and hard of hearing, usually it's around 16 or 17%. Physical had a decrease from about 21 to 20%. Psychosocial, psychological, also a slight decrease from 20, well, not even a 1 percentage point decrease. So it's basically very steady. Legally blind and other visual, if you add them together, it's usually about 10%. There was a slight decrease for legally blind and other visual as far as their numbers, the proportion in the overall percentage. The main thing to take away from this slide is intellectual and learning. If you look, that is the highest proportion that it has been, at least in the last 5 years in this slide. So almost 32% now of primary disability is that category. Okay, any questions on that slide?
And this is across the state, not specific
That is
region?
correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
I mean, it's interesting that the physical disability as a primary category is dropping both in absolute numbers and as a percent of mix. I mean, it's interesting. I'm not sure if there's a action there. I don't know if it's serious, is it because we're looking at the primary disability, so if somebody has more than one, it's just which one kind of gets categorized first, or is there actually a meaningful shift in the demographics? To me, if I look at page 6 and page 7, that's the one thing that jumps up. And it's important because if it actually is a shift, then we should be prepared for that it's an ongoing shift, and we should be ready to have the proper provider base. But that's really the only thing that I'm picking out from these numbers. But it's kind of a clear trend quote an absolute numbers and case mix, that physical disabilities are no longer the primary disability that they were a few years ago.
So then that would bring this question, and this would probably be more Tammy's area. Is it possible, because the way y'all determine when people have more than one disability, like for example, I probably have an intellectual and learning, psychosocial, psychological, and physical. Is it possible that we're still not really having a drop off with physical? It's just however y'all determine what's primary has shifted from physical to another category, like intellectual and learning is primary.
Jordan, okay, I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding your question, so can you restate it for me?
If you don't mind, let me try to rephrase it.
Okay, thank you, Gennady.
Have you changed how we pick the primary disability for our customers? So if somebody both has a physical disability and say auditory and communication, prior, we would say physical is your primary and auditory is your secondary and something else tertiary. Have you actually changed that process, that approach, that criteria, what's primary and what isn't?
No, there has not been any change to that.
Okay,
Thank you.
because I was kind of curious, this is what Gennady said, and I was like, well, if they changed how they identify primary, then that might state why there's a little bit of a decrease.
Yeah. It might be worthwhile, just a suggestion, don't consider this a request. It might be worthwhile to do the same cut, but instead of looking at the primary disability, look at all the customers with a disability category. Just to see, is there still a trend of the folks with that disability, and hence we must start thinking about changes to provider base, changing anything like that, so we're ready for the future.
So you're saying to look at all the customers with a physical,
Yeah.
whether it's primary or secondary or tertiary.
Correct, and
to
not
look
on
at
the percentage,
Yeah,
but more like on page 6, with absolute numbers. Just in general, there's a number of folks that is receiving physical services, there's a number of folks that are receiving services related to the legally blind. Is that changing, if you look at not just primary, but on whole?
sure, or that could be an ad hoc.
The question becomes, I think when we do that, is what is most impactful to that person becoming employed? Is it the psychosocial, the, what's the other term, the intellectual, is it the physical? What is the most impactful that the counselor has determined, or the counselor and the client have determined are the primary, and then secondary or and/or tertiary? I mean, that gets really, really messy.
It does, yeah, it does. That's what I was thinking. So primary is 1, take a look at the total numbers, that's 2, and between those 2, you should be able to actually tease out.
Because probably they all interject and interact at some anyway.
This is Noel, I have a question. I was just curious to know, as far as, I know you said the increase was it, you said intellectual disability?
Yes, intellectual learning.
And I know you said across the state that this is being measured, but I was curious to know, as far as the region, is it like a higher number in a certain region that experience intellectual disability?
We can definitely look into that as well. For this presentation, we kind of separate region and then separate disability, but it's definitely something that we can find.
Yeah, because I would be curious to know, I've sit on SILS, which is Center for Independent Living, and I learned that, I'll forget the name of the term, but they have a higher number of individuals that are experiencing intellectual disabilities because some of the water.
Oh, are you talking about Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I was just curious about that.
Guys, can you turn this into an action for, I guess for Chris? But Tammy, feel free to reassign.
I think the question that we have to ask though, when we ask for these statistics, how do they, what happens? When we get the statistics, then what does VR do with them? Does it mean that, okay, now let's look at how we're gonna better serve these people, or do we want it for information?
Yeah.
I really think we need to look at it while we're asking the question. Because that's a lot of work on these folks to ask the question. If we don't have an ultimate goal for asking the question, what is the outcome? Are we looking at better services and better targeting, addressing those issues? And that may, I don't know, the rest of y'all might have some thoughts about that statement, I don't know.
It's definitely the first, at least. It's either to help VR look at different things or for us to suggest what it should be looking at. So, to ask, that's not the most urgent thing, of course. Well, they, like we talked about, right, take a look at the total numbers, not total numbers, primary disability, right, and additional total disability. See if there's a pattern that you pick up on that says, yeah, you know, there's actually is a shift by disability, and if so, you need to be ready. And then the second one, and I know this data as well, because all of this rolls up, same thing by region, right? Because that it's a good granular look. I think it's a bit too granular for bringing this into a council view. But I think there may be, to Mel's point, very clear spots where we need to augment or readjust how we're supporting folks. Does that sound okay as an ask? Chris, Tammy?
Yeah, definitely.
And this is all in the spirit of, right, this is all in the spirit of.
I look to Christopher because he's the one that will be pulling the data, so if he says yes, then yes.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. So you want to just to restate, oh, go ahead. Or just to restate it, so we're looking at I guess you would call it like the caseload, so like all of the intellectual learning, whether it's primary or secondary or tertiary. So we're looking at how that's changed year to year. Same thing with physics, okay. And the second thing is we're doing that also, so that's statewide, and we're doing it also by region.
By region, yeah.
Okay.
And just see if there's any clear spikes or dips.
Okay.
Trends.
Yeah.
That then you can take a look at and see, all right, this is a clear indication of something trending.
Okay.
So I have a question in regards to that. This is Noreen, and especially in regards to the increase in intellectual and learning disability category. These numbers also include people who are potentially eligible, correct? Going through their pre-employment transitions?
No, they don't. They don't.
They do not?
No, and you know, a lot of potentially eligible students won't have a primary, until eligibility, they won't have a primary disability assigned.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's okay, thank you.
All right, Chris, keep us on track.
Okay. Daniel? Okay, all right, so now we get to the successful closure rate, and this is basically how the case closes when they leave VR. It's different than the employed second quarter rate we were looking at before. And so, as I mentioned earlier, like statewide, you've seen a decrease. This also may have to do with the increase in intellectual and learning disabilities as more students coming into the program. because the employment rate for students, for youth, is usually lower than it is for adults. Because adults tend to have more work experience coming into the program, and younger customers tend to have less work experience coming into the program. So,
I don't know if the next page doesn't support that unless it comes down to the primary versus full set of disabilities.
so we can look at. So, anyways, this is statewide, but it's all disabilities put together. The one thing I want to point out here is the sharpest decrease was in Region 2. Region 3. I'm getting about 10 or 11%. Otherwise, there was from about 53% to 41% in Region 3.
And Chris,
Yes.
on this also, so PY 24, that's program year 24, that's the folks that started when did they start? When did they finish? Like, I know you said it, just clarify, because now it's becoming important. What is exactly PY 24, PY 23, PY 22?
Sure. So this period, so July to June. So PY 24 is July 24 to June. Yes, exactly. June 30th, 2025. And so PY 23 would be July 1st, 23 until June 30th, 24. So that's how the program year works.
So guys, this is a clear trend, especially, and let's walk through this page, let's walk through the next page, and then we can, and then I'll ask something, and then we can have a little bit of a brainstorming session.
Okay, so that's, any other questions on this employment lead by region before we go on to the next?
Region 3 is, that's still 10%.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the same view but by disability category. So these are the disability categories statewide. What we see here, auditory and communication, which is deaf and hard of hearing, just a very slight decrease from around 82% to close to 81%. Intellectual learning, more of a decrease of probably about 5 or 6% from 39.3 to 33.4%. Physical, also about a 5 or 6% decrease from 48% in the previous program year to 42% in PY 24. Psychosocial and psychological, not much of a change, about 35.8% to 34.6%. Legally blind, not much of a change either, from about 38% to 37.2%. And other visual, just a slight decrease from about 53.8 to 51.4%. So it looks like most of the decrease was in the intellectual learning and physical disability category.
So, any thoughts from the folks on what really changed in 23 and 24? What did we start doing differently, or what might have changed across the ecosystem of the state and VR staff and VR service providers? So we have 2 years of clear category by category, region by region degradation in successful closures.
And Noreen, I think that's a great question. In fact, I would go all the way back to program year 2022, and look at the drops from that year, which are
Correct, yeah, 22,
much
23,
more
23,
severe.
24,
Yeah.
I'll give you two of mine. One, influx of folks to the state. Counselors overburdened, caseloads too high. not enough potentially money, providers are either dropping off, not, or also overloaded, starting in 22, right, 23, that dynamic continues. In 24, we also added an extra dynamic, alluded a little bit on the budgets, right? If you start running cost control measures, potentially negative sort of interpretation in some areas, that's a couple of my hypotheses, right? So more flows come to the states, systems overburdened, right? Caseloads too high, and then we add to it a wrinkle of at least last year of budget controls. That's my hypotheses. I don't know if folks want to add any more, poke it a little bit.
No, I think you're spot on.
So, and Tammy, correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe this is the Chris question, but I want to say when we were doing one of these presentations at a previous RCT meeting, wasn't there an influx of time where between 22 and 24 where funds were extremely low and people were, or counselors were told that we kind of gotta prioritize, and if so,
Well, it's not clear they were told to
Well,
prioritize or not, but clearly folks were prioritizing it.
yeah, they may not necessarily been told to prioritize, but they ended up prioritizing based off the information they were provided. And I think that could account for the drop, because if you're talking about potentially not having money, or you're waiting for money to come through, then I could see there being somewhat of a decrease. But I also think with a lot of the fluctuation in the state population's probably attributing to some factor. I'm kind of wondering if it might also be because I think y'all had that pilot where y'all were talking about earlier, where y'all decided to, instead of stay with whatever it was you were trying, you are going back to the previous, and so I'm kind of wondering if those delays that were noticed in that pilot may have contributed to the decrease a little bit. So I think it would be interesting to see once VR gets back to post setup from pilot, what the numbers look like in a couple of quarters, because if it has to do with that and VR's back to the way they were, then the data should go up. Or there should be an increase and not a decrease in closure. Maybe.
And that would be specific to Region 6, so that is something we could certainly look at specific to Region 6.
And I just went back and looked at them, they had a very slight drop, it wasn't very much. Within a percentage of that, but there's other areas that are more significant, for sure.
Yes.
Folks, any other thoughts, theories, hypotheses? Because this is blended to your, we're not asking for data for the sake of data. This is concerning, right? This is where we now need to use the data to reverse the trend, right? This is data to drive actions. Any other thoughts, any other ideas?
Approval processes has always been something that we've seen that will delay services too.
Yeah, but guys, this is the one thing that we must work to reverse.
And so a successful closure, again, going back, because employment in my head, right? So that meant they were employed. I mean, that's what, in my world, I was used to. It doesn't have to be employment though, whatever their goal was, if that was achieved, that's a successful, no.
Employment 90 days.
Employment 90 days is the definition of successful closure.
Correct.
Okay, all right, never mind.
And look, if you're looking to 25, say, okay, economy slowed down, nothing to look at, right? But we know 23, 24, 22,
Right.
we were ramping up the number of jobs in the state.
This is Jennifer. Maybe the tail end of 24, I'm just saying out loud, I don't know if this is. Where employers doing a return to the office, could that impact anything? Maybe?
So my push would be, clearly we need some stability, right? Budget issues forces us kind of a lumpiness where we try not to spend too much, creates negative behaviors, I know we get a lot better in communication managing it. And this is the one path to stability, where the system can operate more kind of consistent and more predictable without the knee-jerk of on, off. And how do we become even better at predicting the future, silly as it sounds? Using data, right? Using data. Unfortunately, Adam Leonard no longer with us, but he was a master of that. I'm sure he got a lot of good knowledge and a lot of insights behind how to actually use data to know where we need what and when. So that would be my two things I would like to leave behind, essentially. Any other thoughts or questions specifically on the closure rate? And I just want to reiterate, to me, this is the like the proof in the pudding. This is the pudding. This is the proof. And we are on that track.
So one more question I would have, and this is probably a Tammy question. So if someone initially closes as successful, but then there's I forget the exact time period, so help me out, Tammy, on this. If they're reopening the case within that allotted time period after successful closure, would that then mean the successful closure would not show in the data because the case was reopened so soon after closure?
Correct, so we report to RSA on a quarterly basis. And so if a case was closed, it was closed successful, but for some reason it was determined it should not have been, then the counselor has to request approval. And then we work with IT to get that phase adjusted, and then it would not be reported as a successful closure. Where we run into problems is if it's after the reporting quarter, then it's already been reported to RSA. And then there have been times that we've had to go back and request and do data corrections, right, Christopher? If we've reported something, it was outside of that quarter before we sent the report, the 9/11 report to RSA.
Okay, then Chris, is it possible for you to go and pull from 22 through 24 any of the cases that were reopened within the same, like they were closed, but within the same reporting?
It would be, the amount of, forgive me, but it's such a small number. I'm talking, I don't even know if it's a handful. That the administrative time it would take to go back and do that.
Okay, no, it's fine. I was just, we're talking about different ideas about, and so since you're saying it would not show, then it's like, okay, then is that contributing?
One thing that we could look at as well, around program year 22 or SFY 23, we had a large increase in the students coming into the program. Just, we track the TA data and compare it with VR. And average case length is like 2 or 3 years, so maybe something to look into is the age at closure, because if we did have a lot of students coming in, like say PY 22, average case length about 2 years, they would be exiting just about now. So that's something also we can look into is age, because age is one of the biggest determinants of, or correlated factors to success rate. So that's something we can look into.
Very, very.
Yeah.
Do we know if you guys have a higher rate of unsuccessful closures during the same time period, where instead of.
Oh, you mean like the actual
closed-
numbers?
Yeah, did it go down here and go up there, or just not closed out yet?
That's a good question, we can look into that, yeah, like.
That is a really good question, because maybe they're still receiving services, which, I mean, we would want
We
to
do have
close,
more
but
people being served right now, and maybe that's part of the contribution of staying longer.
Yeah, so we'll look into age as well, because I think
Yeah.
age may play a big factor in this as well, like age of closure.
Right, Chris, keep us going. We have say about 10 more minutes.
Okay, we can, yeah. All right.
That was, you know me, I always look ahead. That was like the one controversial one.
Sure, and this is the closure rate is the most, this is current data.
Yeah.
A lot of the other measures, we're kind of looking back a little bit, so, okay. All right, next slide. This is called the case mix, and this is, so of all the exiters, everyone who exited the program in a certain program year, what percentage, if you broke it down by disability category, what percentage for each category? It's fairly stable, deaf and hard of hearing about 23%, and intellectual learning has increased, and that's something too that may be affecting the overall statewide employment rate. By about 2 percentage points. Physical, as you noticed before, as we said before, you see a decrease, and psychosocial and psychological about the same. A slight decrease for legally blind, and a very slight decrease for other visual, but that's proportion wise, because we have such a big increase for the intellectual learning. Sure. So in program year 23, legally blind was about 4%.
No.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's the people exiting the program, participants, if you broke it down by disability category.
Who are working?
Yes, well, actually, no, this is everyone who's exited.
Successful or
So they made
unsuccessful?
that unsuccessful, so this is
Okay.
all the closures for this slide, yes.
Okay.
These are successful or unsuccessful?
Yes.
Okay, so what are the visual?
So of all the closures, whether successful or unsuccessful, legally blind and other visual account for about 9% or 8 to 9% of those. Yeah.
Would it also be possible
Yeah.
to get the actual number of closures besides the percentage?
Yeah, that is
Like,
helpful.
is it 12,000, is it 11,000, 10,000? How many people are actually
Yes.
exiting the program?
Yes, and we did have, for program year 24, I forget the actual number, but there were more closures, like all closures. Significantly more closures for PY 24 than there for PY 23. I just don't have those,
Okay, yeah,
the total number.
okay.
But we can definitely do a slide
Yeah.
next time, just
Just,
the number
yeah.
of closures.
So we know we have a percentage, but a percentage of
Yes.
what?
Yes.
You know?
right, that's what yeah.
Like,
Okay.
Who,
have a good
it's almost
idea
of
what you're
the
talking about,
exiters.
yeah.
Out of, here's a grand total of exiters, here's who was successful, here's who were not.
Yeah.
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 And it'd be helpful to look at the number of successful closures too, right?
Yeah, and then we
Okay.
say that that's percentages of.
Yes, that is correct, blended statewide. Okay, yeah, we can do a slide with the numbers.
Okay, great.
Job security, Chris.
I just hope I remember all these. So maybe Tammy, you can remind me, or when we have our next meeting?
Yes. I was trying to write it.
Oh, okay, so, yeah.
Well, and it might be
Maybe
helpful
between
too,
all of
to make
us.
sure we do capture what you're requesting.
Yes,
Is
yes,
maybe
somewhere.
as the council make the formal request in writing of what exactly you're asking. Because I have been trying to take notes, but I wanna make sure, so that would be my recommendation and request, is if you could send it to us in writing, specifically what you're requesting.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And then other visual would be those with vision issues that do not meet the legal definition of legally blind, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, next slide, please. Try to move it along. So now, we're going kind of back in time a year. When we look at the employed, the second quarter post-exit and median earnings, we're looking at exiters in program year 23, so program year 2023. So we're kind of going back a year because it takes time for us to get the wage data. And we have to start with after they've exited, right? So as I mentioned before, we just had a very slight decline in the number who are employed in their second quarter after exit. That's the measure that RSA looks at, is this measure, the employed Q2. Median earnings increased from about 7,126, and these are quarterly earnings, 7,126 in program year 22 to 7,285 in program year 2023. Our target from RSA was 6,478, so we've exceeded that pretty significantly in terms of median earnings.
Is that per quarter or per month?
Quarterly earnings, yes. And legally blind and other visual had notable increases. So legally blind earnings increased from about 6,000, almost 6,700 in program year 22 to around 7,500 in program year 23. Other visual increased from about 7,300 in program year 22 to over 8,400 in program year 23. So that's a positive trend in increased earnings for participants with visual disabilities. Okay, so next slide, please. And I won't spend too much time on these slides because
I think there's just a general
Oh, yes,
thought,
please.
that by no means is this a request.
Yeah.
We, but I want to say 3 years ago, somewhere there, we did a really good look into how does this compare to the earnings across the state,
Yes, we did.
which was extremely educational. It would not be a bad idea to do the same thing sometime in the next year and a half. Just we did that, and we're all very happy that the earnings are increasing. How does it actually compare to the general increase in earnings? Like last time we looked, which why I say it was extremely educational, we actually showed that the VR participants are growing their salaries at a higher rates.
Yes.
Right, let's just see if that continues to be or not. Sometime in the next year and a half
Yes,
or so,
we could-
I would throw in for just rerunning that.
Yes, we can do that. And, with the CSNA coming up, it's probably a good, good time to do that. Yeah, certainly. Okay, I will not spend too much time on these slides because I kind of went over the high level already. So this slide is showing the employed second quarter after exit by region. If you look at it region to region, there was probably the biggest decrease was in region 2 from 63% to 60%. Otherwise, it's there was an increase in region 4 by about 2 percentage points, and I guess a decrease in region 1 by about 5 percentage points. And again, this is kind of going a year back. So, okay, next slide, please. And now we're looking at the employment rate, second quarter after exit by disability category. Basically, there is not too much of a noticeable change. The intellectual learning had about a 2 percentage point decrease from 60.7% in program year 22 to about 58.6%. and program year 23. But otherwise, it's pretty stable compared to comparing PY 22 and program year 23. Okay, next slide, please. Median earnings. Again, we're increased, I believe, Region 2 had a slight decrease, but otherwise all other regions had an increase in median earnings. Next slide, please. And again, we're looking at median earnings by disability category. The very stable with, as I noted earlier, pretty significant increases for legally blind and other visual in median quarterly earnings. Okay, next slide, please. All right, and our last measure that we'll be looking at, I mentioned earlier, is what do you call our retention rate? So how many VR participants who were employed in their second quarter after they exited were still employed 2 quarters later. So basically a year after they exited, their 4th quarter after exit. This is a really good statistic. We had a slight increase to 88.5% compared to the previous calendar year, 87.62%. We had a lot of that increase was from psychosocial and psychological, as well as physical disabilities. Okay, next slide. There is not too much of a variation we have here by region, and again, because it's only a very slight difference statewide. So we can go to the next slide. And this is by disability category, our retention rate. Again, and something interesting about this too is when we looked at the success rates, if you look by disability category, there's a lot of variation. Like, for example, deaf and hard of hearing tends to be a lot higher, like 80% or so, whereas intellectual learning tends to be around 30 or 40%. But when you look at the retention, like once someone has a job, keeping the job for the next 2 quarters, there's very little difference in these rates. For example, the lowest rate for psychosocial and psychological is 84.2%, and the highest for auditory and communication is 91%. So very small difference between in disability category once for this measure. And are there any questions?
Folks, any questions, thoughts, feedback?
So I want to kind of make sure I've understood the past few slides correctly. So what we're saying is, and this might be a Timmy question, like when someone closes, there's paperwork your counselor sends you that you sign, and I know some of it's released to verify employment and stuff. So is what we're saying is the releases that you sign at closure allows, which is fine with me, I think it's good data to have. The forms we sign at closure allow VR to, within a little bit later of a time, still pull data on employment if the person is still there.
So Christopher, let me ask you, because how exactly is the data pulled for the employed, enrolled QT, Q4 post-exit?
Yes, that's a great question. And the same thing with the Q2 measure and the median earnings. Anything that's gotten after closure is from the the Texas Unemployment Insurance Wage Database. So if they have a federal job or there are other situations if they're self-employed and not paying into that, they wouldn't show up in those statistics.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if it's public information, you don't have access to it. If it's not, you don't.
Right. It was reported in TWC unemployment by employers. Employers report that data.
Okay.
So you don't need a release to get that, right? It's just, you don't need a release for that.
Well, being inside of TWC.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
And Ms. Danville, if you don't mind, I just like, she brought up a good point about counselors knowing, they know what their successful employment closure numbers are, right? But we have not yet been able to get the data, at least that I'm aware of, Christopher, correct me if I'm wrong, for the specific customers that they've closed that are now being reported here, because you were saying, like, it's good, this is good, right? And we do talk high level, but I don't know that we're able to.
And I didn't mean it by the client, I just meant in general. I don't know that most counselors might be aware that the VR program, and there's certainly a big part of it because of their clients that they closed during the year, have a very high, the Q2, Q4 post-exit rate that has exceeded what was expected and exceeds the TWC rep, it's all you guys have always said, the general state, just that information, I don't know that they received that information. I certainly didn't know it as a counselor back then. And I think that's a compliment to the work that they've done, that they should even just know that in general.
Very good point.
That's a good point.
Very good.
And we do,
That's impactful on
It is,
Yeah.
on the person's life.
and we can, Tammy, if you want to, we can provide that with our dashboards. If
Okay.
you wanted to look at those if you drill down even to like the region or management unit, you can do that, so.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
You can
See?
Yeah. We have the data, we have.
They're full of data.
Yes, we're full.
It's
Not from us, I mean, just.
No.
All right, folks,
Better than that.
Yes.
any other questions or feedback for Christopher and the team?
We do have a lot of data, yes.
Okay,
It's break time.
it is indeed break time. What time is it? I'm seeing it different.
7.
But 4:01 is what the data sheet.
I know.
So it is 3:57. We are going to get back together at 4:07. And we're going to talk about transition services for students with Ms. David Davis. No, from the real life.
Oh, okay, good.
I don't know. It was from below somebody. I felt so bad at Blind Connection and I got recruited on a guide dog. I was just about to say, is it? I just would really
Take a look.
I know what I was saying, he was gonna find it. It's the soda. Fanta. Thank you. Yeah. I was like, geez, I can't find my skill. And I was gonna press it, but my roommate's guy got also. Like, I'm not mad, because I'm a dog, but your member is resting his head on my his on my knee under the table, and she was like, I didn't even tell you to stop by the middle of. Sorry. Okay.
We are live. Hi, guys.
Good.
Folks, take your seats, and we are reconvening. The next item on our agenda is conversation about transition services for students. Jamie, if you could get us up and give us a little bit of an overview on how we approach services for students, and then talk a little bit about any changes that may be happening this year.
Okay, so I'll just give a high-level overview of services to students and talk about how we are, part of how we're making decisions for the services that we provide students. And then I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have, or at least take the question down and get back with you. So we are required through WIOA to to set aside at least 15% of our federal grant to provide pre-employment transition services to students with disabilities who are either eligible for VR services or who are potentially eligible for VR services. And so what that means is you are a student with a disability for potentially eligible. So you'll hear it referred to as PE because there's another acronym. So PE, potentially eligible. It's a student with a disability between the ages of 14 and 22. They're enrolled in secondary, post-secondary, or another recognized education program. They're receiving services through IDEA or 504, and they have not been determined eligible for VR services. So, so any student who is potentially eligible, who meets the definition of potentially eligible, can receive pre-employment transition services. And then, of course, those who are determined eligible then have a larger array of services that they are, VR services that they are eligible for. So when you think of eligibility, it's the eligibility criteria for all of our customers. So 15% of our total grant. So I don't know if summer is on, but just to give you an idea of, I think we saw the number earlier, I don't remember what it was, but just to give an idea of what the 15% is for our 25 grant.
She's on.
She's on? Hey, Summer, can you share just, when I say 15% of our grant, or it's in statutes, 15% is set aside for pre-employment transition services. Can you tell us what that is for 25, what our 25 grant is?
Yes, let me, so right now it looks like, let me just get my data up here. Putting me on the spot, Jamie. No, I'm just kidding. So we have our required 15% for 2025 is 52.6 million. And right now we have 37.4 million in obligations.
Thank you. So 15%, you say 15%, it sounds small, but when you think about the size of our grant, it's a rather large amount of money. So we are mandated to spend at least that amount per grant award on pre-employment transition services. So lots of focus on students, and there are different. Our grants is categorized, I guess I should say, into different types. They are categorized into required, authorized, and then sometimes it's referred to as coordinated services, which is a subcategory of authorized. I don't want to get too technical, but there are different types of pre-ETS services. So the 5 services that are mandated by WIOA, these must be made available to all students, so those who meet the definition of a student with a disability. So that doesn't necessarily mean, there's a common misconception that means that students have to have all of these services. It just means they must be made available to students. So this is the job exploration counseling, work-based learning experiences, counseling on post-secondary education, workplace readiness, and then self-advocacy instruction. Authorized pre-ETS, these are optional services that support or enhance the delivery of those required services that I just shared. And they can be offered as long as those 5 required services are available, and these are examples of those. So peer mentoring or internship programs, attending career fairs, business-led youth programs, and then involving families in transition planning. So the easiest way to remember authorized pre-ETS is just those are services that support the required pre-ETS services. That's the way I like to remember those. And then the third category, which gets really a little even more confusing, is, if anybody remembers, you do, sympathizing. So these are activities that involve collaborating with education and other agencies to facilitate. So joint development of transition plans with school, which a lot of you are familiar with, sharing data and coordinating services, participating in IEP meetings. So a lot of times, it's not necessarily confusing in that we don't know what they are, but a lot of folks don't realize that there is an actual separate category for those particular activities. So, and then of course, as you can imagine, documenting all of that in the case management system can get quite tricky. So, so that's a little bit about pre-employment transition services. So I guess key things to remember is that there's really two buckets of students that we serve, those who are potentially eligible and those who are eligible. We must spend at least, so it's what we talk about in the division is that's a floor, not the ceiling. So we don't just stop at 15% every year and then don't serve any more students. That is the minimum that we must meet. So we must expend at least 15% of our grant award towards pre-ETS services. And I think that's the highlights. What questions do y'all have? I don't want to get too into the weeds.
So this is Peggy, and do we typically hit that 15% mark, right? So
I think the only year we didn't was when during COVID, and we didn't have SEAL at all.
Sure. So then with this year, and the budget the way it was, or the uncertainty the way it was during the spring, which impacted a lot of those summer programs. And then all of a sudden the money came through, and so are we on target to still hit our 15% for this fiscal year, or do we get a little leeway? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, so we are between, oh gosh, we just had this too last week. Let me see if I make Summer proud. Between what we've expended and what we've encumbered, which is what we've obligated, we are on track to be over the 15%. Typically, not everything we encumber necessarily makes for various reasons, as you all know. Services can end earlier, or they're determined not needed, or what have you. But typically, not everything that we encumber makes, but the good majority of it does. And so with with what we've expended and what we've encumbered, we're on target to meet the 15%. Not be over as much as we have in the past, of course, because we had to really use some cost containment strategies over the summer because we weren't sure about the legislative session. So we do look like we're going to come in lower than prior years, but if we meet, we meet. That's or you get a nasty gram from RSA. So, so we don't want one of those.
And then my last question is Project Search a pre-ETS service?
Yes.
Or does that, okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Melinda. I was gonna
say all but the employment part. Once they're employed, it's general VR.
Okay, sure.
That's the other thing sometimes that can get tricky, and I won't dare even try to explain it because I have to have a picture myself, but when you get into, especially, well, for those who are VR eligible, even those, I guess, like I said, we'll get into explaining it, but there can be a mix of general funding and pre-ETS funding for Jonas. There can be a mix of funding a lot of times when we serve students, just because that's the way we have to expend the funds. But there's typically a mix a lot of times because of the rules around what you can expend pre-ETS on and what you can't. And so a lot of times we'll maximize what we can spend the pre-ETS funding on, and then whatever we can't, then we pick that up with VR general.
So Jamie, this is Noreen. So along those same lines, is SEAL and is a part of pre-ETS as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and does that include the wages that we pay the individual? Like Project
Yes.
Search pays for the wages for the young person, for the young adult. Okay. Is paid work experience for students a part of?
Is that what you're
Yes.
talking about, Melinda? Yep, this is Melinda. We don't pay wages to the Project Search interns. That's an
Oh, you don't.
unpaid intern.
Okay.
Refresh my memory, what is the age range of the students that fall under pre-eds?
14 to 22.
That's what I thought, I couldn't remember, because I served a lot of pre-eds whenever it came out when I was in assistive technology. Unit, I couldn't, but the lower.
Are any of the students that are involved in post-secondary education paid through the pre-eds funds as well?
Yes, it would just depend on what their, it would just depend on what particular service it is. And sorry, I didn't mean to make it confusing, but to clarify, not Project Search like we talked about, but wages are paid through pre-eds, just not through Project Search.
Yeah, so SEAL, and is it the same for paid work experience when it's a student?
Yes.
So, Jamie, good introduction.
Jamie?
Yeah, of course,
Sure. So the students that, are having assistance to go to college, if they're in that 14 to 22, is that a free ETS or is that a different? Like, does that fall under that? Not the tuition, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it gets very specific into what you're paying for.
I don't know, I just, all of a sudden I thought, oh, I wonder if that counts.
That's why we have really smart people like the program operations team who code all that in the background so that when our team identifies the service in the background, it routes the proper funding.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we don't have to necessarily determine that.
So like the comprehensive transition post-secondary programs, would that fall under pre-ETS? Or do we know?
Well, so
Has that been?
I might punt here because it's paid through tuition. It's paid through tuition. So, no.
Oh, okay, because that's not, all right.
So it is very specific to the service and a lot of times for a lot of our students, there's a mix of pre-eds and general funding. But again, we have a really good system that in the background, depending on the age and the service and it directs the funding where it needs to, the specs where it needs to go for the funding.
Sure. This is Erica Kress. So in 2024, I know Tarrant County had a program, a week-long program. And I know this year, the person who facilitated it from Fort Worth Lighthouse is no longer in that position. So I don't think anyone put it together this year. Does that mean like if it's not in the budget, like use it or lose it, or it's like gonna be kicked off the budget for next year, like?
Well,
yeah,
I'm gonna say the
volunteer.
famous, it
Anyone wanna
depends,
volunteer?
right? I don't know specifically in that situation, but a lot of, it sounds like, was it a summer program? Like if it's a week long, if it's a short term, usually those are typically like our summer programs.
I think in the spring, yeah, like a spring break program.
Okay, yes, so a break during the break. And a lot of times what we have for those programs are regions will work very geographically to create like a group skills training or a particular program for that break or for the summer. And they will develop that based on the needs of the students in the area or working with the school district and there's a particular need, or working with another organization in the community, and they will develop that program specific for that break or that time.
And some of them we have our ongoing, so they'll repeat every break or every summer, or we've done them for a long time and they're kind of long-standing and they're similar each year. And then sometimes we have some that occur one year and then the next year the region may decide to do that, or that specific area may decide to do a different program for the week. So it really just depends. I'm not sure about that particular week-long program, but we can certainly find out. But there's a little mixture of both. So there's programs that happen short-term during the summers and during the breaks. And again, we've got some that have gone on for 10 years for the last 10 summers, and then we've got some that were brand new this summer. So it just really depends. A lot of times though, the regional staff and the local staff will get creative and they'll submit their proposals to our team. They'll create proposals for those particular programs and they'll submit them to our team. And really our team's just checking to make sure that we're compliant with a lot of the stuff that I talked about earlier. But the regional and local teams will submit their proposals to the transition team at state office to review. But it's a program that they've created and developed based on the needs of the students in their region or their area. And we do that, I mean, annually. I say annually, but it's not like a one time a year. We're pretty much looking at those year round.
You mentioned we're gonna exceed our 50%, right? So that's good, check, right? But not as good as last year,
No.
prior years.
Definitely.
Do you have a sense for what's the gap from last year and this year?
If I remember, I think the gap will be about 10 million. I'm gonna put Summer on the spot again. But if I remember correctly, she'll be even more proud of me. I think if the prior year was about 27 million, I'm gonna stop saying numbers until you talk.
Yeah, so last year, our obligations were, oh, can you hear me? Okay, yeah, our obligations were 64 million, and right now we're at 37, but that was at the end of June. So our summer programs wrapping up is going to help with that. So while last year we're going to scooch over 16 to 17% of our grant was pre-ETS, and this year we're hoping to do the same. So I think we'll be right in that same realm.
And the last year, what was the percentage?
Well, if everything makes like we want it to, it's going to be 18%. If nothing else, if we don't pay anything else, another cent, we're going to be at 16%.
Okay, and the prior year?
2023, we were at 26%.
So close. So that's the difference. That'll be the difference in the percentage.
What is it in terms of folks served?
Great question. I do not know the thousands of students difference, but we can get that. We might have it somewhere on so we can work on looking for that while we're talking.
I feel like that was on one of the slides.
I know, that's what I was
Like,
gonna
is it
say.
1,700 for ETS,
Yeah.
something like that?
What was the question, Jimmy?
The difference in the number of students served from 23 to now.
Daniel, do you mind pulling up the performance report that Christopher took us through? Sure.
So 26.
Was it that one or was it the budget?
I want to say the performance.
I know.
Okay, the numbers for ETS services.
So like for
Then let's go to Summer's report from earlier in the day.
6,196.
Yeah, and that was just for 25 thus far.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 25, okay.
We can look that up. So the difference in the percentage as far as expenditures was 26 to 18. So we can see the number of students that equates to also.
Got it.
We can look that up.
Yeah. Got it.
He's on it.
He's got it up there.
Probably doing it in his head. And not necessarily right now, Chris, if you don't have it already. That's okay. We got lots of numbers, but I wanna, if we share in comparison to the percentage, I want it to be accurate as far as to correlation to the percentage. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
So also just a little bit more, the chairman asked me to share a little bit about how we're making decisions when it comes to pre-ets. When the 15% mandate came about, as you can imagine, VR programs were like, oh my goodness, how are we gonna meet the 15%? And so Texas was no different. And so we have a great team, Erin Wilder, who's the program manager for Transition and Career Pathways, and her team who worked with many folks to develop programs and seek out pre-ets contractors and you name it to be able to build up the program or the array of services for our pre-ed students. And since then, I mean, they have definitely done a great job because of the number of students we serve and the amount of money that we expend on students. But what we started a little over a year ago is a program evaluation. So what her team has been working on, and we've completed it up to a certain point, but we're now updating it with the latest information. So we looked at, or we are looking at the array of services and the contracts and how many students are we serving, how much are we expending, what are the outcomes from those particular services or programs, looking at the pipeline. So did those programs, are we seeing students go from student services to adult services? Are they continuing education? Did they go into employment? So that's a lot of the work that the team is doing right now in the background as part of the program evaluation. And so we are using that data to help drive the decisions for what the future of the pre-ets, we're calling it the continuum. So what the team is working on is they're building, what does it look like? What are all the services look like from our 14-year-olds all the way through 22 and then transitioning into adult VR. So we want to make that picture really clear because it feels like for a long time we've ramped up. There's been a lot of programs, really great programs created, some that started but didn't make, some that never got off the ground. And so we're taking some time to do a really in-depth program evaluation to create a picture of what do those array of services look like. We know we want to focus more on the 14 to 16-year-olds. So what do we already have right now for those students? What are we already doing? Where can we fill in some gaps, as well as the age in between? And then Erin's team has now taken on career pathways as a result of our reorg, which was a very natural transition for that team, because that is what are all of the career pathways that our customers, students and adults, have access to. So that's apprenticeships, training programs, technical programs, certification programs. So her team is, not that those opportunities were not already available to our customers, but they are working on an implementation plan right now to put that together more as a package so that we can train do a better job of training our staff on what are all those different career pathway opportunities, so that counselors can then turn around and have those conversations with our customers. Because what we hear and what we see in the data a lot is we do a really good job of sending them to work, and we've done a really good job when we focused on it, sending them to post-secondary, but then there's a lot of in-between opportunities where we can focus. And so we really want to highlight those, particularly aligned with the labor market information that we talked about earlier. So they're also working with the employment team to, when they're building that continuum of services, they're also getting region specific and looking at, in region 1 in these areas, what does the labor market information say? So what are the career pathway opportunities? Is it a training program? Is it a university? Do we have a relationship with that university? Do we have a relationship with that training program? So they're really working to be intentional about the career pathways that we have available geographically based on labor market information, and then ultimately really we want to do a really good job of communicating that to the staff, because ultimately if they don't know, that's where the information needs to be. So so that is what that team is charged with, and that is a huge function that Erin and her team have picked up as a part of the reorg. And so they are working on that implementation plan. I've seen several iterations of it as they've continued to work on it and gather information. So that's really how we're making decisions right now, which is the program implementation.
Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Folks, any thoughts or questions? Where do you see it evolving in next year?
We're really excited about the career pathway function that team has picked up, because we see a lot of opportunity to, which is why this function landed with that team. We see a lot of opportunity to continue to assist students in their on their pathway, right, on their journey. So we capture them in school. Are they in a CTE program? Are they in a, what are they? There's a lot of opportunity for students now within school. So when we're planning, when we're doing that transition planning with students and with schools, and when we're sharing that information, how are we extending that information so that students can make the decision, do I want to go to work after school, after secondary, or do I want to continue, what I'm doing? So I think where we're headed is really bridging the opportunities that our students have, which that team is very familiar with, to then the opportunities they have post-secondary, and not just college. Yes, college is great, but it's not the only post-secondary opportunity, and it's certainly, there's a lot of high demand jobs out there that don't necessarily require that 4-year degree. So we want to really build what that looks like, what that package looks like for our staff, so that they can then have those conversations with our students. So I think that's really what I'm, and the team is most excited about, is bridging that gap between, that team's been focused solely on students for the last, since the mandate, and now we're going to work on bridging the gap between they are the transition team, but now they're not going to hand that off to necessarily somebody else. What does that look like, so that we can build that smoother package for our staff to be able to offer the students? So it's exciting.
Okay. Very cool.
And I think we're not utilizing some of the opportunities enough, the apprenticeships, the internships, the certification programs. So I think that's going to be really, thinking of opportunities for our customers, I think that's really exciting, is giving staff the tools and the knowledge that they need to be able to share the different career pathways with our customers. So the team's working hard on that. Cool.
Folks, any more
questions or feedback for Jamie? Okay, thank you. Next item on our agenda is a matter of electing officers for RCT for the next year. I'm gonna give the floor to Erica Kress.
Thank you. This is Erica Kress, and I'd like to start the process of voting for RCT Chair, as I just stated. And our two nominees are Peggy Schmidt and Jordan Smelling. I'm going to ask them each to introduce themselves, and after they each speak, we will be receiving an email from Lisa Godwin with a Survey Monkey, so please submit your vote tonight, and we'll have a new chairperson announced tomorrow. So I guess maybe Peggy, ladies first.
Before you do it, Erica, so we have two officers that we need to elect, a chair and a vice chair.
Yes.
Just as it happened, both Peggy and Jordan have been nominated for both positions. And what we're gonna do is we are going to elect the chair and the runner-up, because there's no losers here. They're really hard. They'll become the vice chair.
Yes,
So it's gonna be just one vote,
one vote, that's right, thank you.
but we, at the end of the day, we will have the two officers come out of it. Erica, you wanna call the folks or have?
Peggy, I was ladies
Jordan
first, or I think, and ABC order, right? By both people.
All right, well, hi, this is Peggy. And I guess a little bit about me. I have been on the council for, well, actually 3 years. I just reapplied for my second term. And I serve as the provider liaison. I've been a supported employment provider for just over 20 years, and I love the impact that employment makes on a person's life and in the community and the employer. It's a win all the way around. So going back to Gennadi's theme for relationships is, I think that's the key of the RCT, is that it brings all the stakeholders of the VR program, providers, employers, VR staff, everybody, all to the same table to build those relationships and work together. And so I'm honored to continue to serve on the council and as chair or vice chair as I have been. So that's me. Thank you.
Thanks, Peggy.
Jordan?
Hello, this is Jordan. So let's see. I've been on the council since October of 23, so that means I got one more year left before I either term out or get reappointed. And there is no guarantee that I would get reappointed, but I do plan to reapply. If I were to be elected chair, I feel that I should be upfront about things, and I like how most of the things are going. There would just be some things I might look into trying to tweak to help this meeting be more inclusive and also address the issue of the council having difficult time filling roles. So what that might look like is, like, for example, during public comment period, I would be looking into how we can provide a timer on the screen for those who provide public comments so they know how much time they have left rather than just sitting there waiting. Because I know from personal experience for myself that when I have a specific time period without having the aid of a timer, I actually have what some people may call a speech impediment, in the sense that it becomes very difficult for me to fully communicate, which is why I appreciate Gennadi so much, because sometimes when I'm not asking things clearly, because I'm trying to be short and to the point, he'll take it and then he'll rephrase it in such a marvelous way and get to the heart of the issue of what I'm trying to ask. And then as far as you know, because I know we all know that it's a little challenging filling for positions on this council, and I think that's kind of not because we don't have competent leadership, so please don't think I'm trying to take a stab at you, Gennady or Lisa. Why do I keep calling everyone wrong names? I'm sorry, Gennady or Peggy. I just think the thing that we all can agree on is outside of this meeting, we all have other responsibilities. And so for the past year, for me, that has been working on mental health due to trauma, fighting to get medication I need. It's been doing training so I can get a job and preparing for fair hearings. And so now that I finally have access to medication that I need, and I actually have a job now, so I'm not having to do training to gain skills. I can't speak for Peggy because I don't fully understand her role where she is. I kind of do because I know the program and I've done presentations for that program in the past, but I would have a lot more flexibility than most as I work part-time. And being someone that speaks at a lot of different conferences and has made connections at many different organizations like Arc of Texas, who have members here today, I have that ability to try and seek partnership with organizations to try and do stakeholder meetings with their consumers so that we can get the word out about the RCT, as well as, since I present at conferences, I kind of get notification of conferences all the time, and so there will be opportunity through exhibiting at conferences like we're doing in September at the AAIDD Texas Chapter Convention to get the word out about the RCT. And another thought would be, whenever we're in a region, potentially trying to see if it's possible to work with the VR office of the region to maybe do stakeholder call, like on the Wednesdays we come down, maybe in the evenings, like around 6 or 7 o'clock, so that people can kind of understand. And so it'd be like a lot more outreach than what's happened previously, and I'm not saying that no one should take the blame for that, because again, we all have responsibilities outside of here, and now that I'm not fighting for medication and have to prepare for fair hearings, and I've completed training I needed to get a job, and I have a job where I'm part-time and my schedule is very flexible, I have the capacity and time to help expand the public's knowledge of the RCT, because when I serve on councils like this, I like to always leave them a little better off than when I joined. And I know I have partly done that because we now have PowerPoint for orientation, as well as if we go and exhibit at conferences. But I really would like, because again, there's no guarantee when I reapply that I will be reappointed. It would be kind of nice to be able to have left the RCT in a little bit better place to where they're not struggling as much to fill positions, because statutes are statutes and we got to follow them. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, please remember to look out for that email from Lisa and submit your vote. Thank you.
Thanks. Peggy, Jordan, thank you for stepping forward. There is no bad choice. So.
Oh, and I would be happy to serve as either as well. I just thought I'd throw that out there so everyone knows, no hard feelings.
And Erica, we're going to announce tomorrow?
Yes.
So what is the deadline for the council members to,
Lisa, did you?
Just sent the email, so you
Okay.
can go on any time and cast your vote.
before,
Before 8 a.m., how about that?
before 8 a.m.?
Is that
8 a.m.
I feel like we're dialing in like American Idol. America, these candidates need your vote.
All right, great, thank you much, thank you much. Now, one of the things that the vice chair leads is our strategic planning session for the next year.
Which is
Okay,
me.
yeah, which is you.
Yeah,
Give us a bit of an update.
Okay, so this is Peggy. We are going to meet for our strategic plan here in Austin, actually at this location, September 8th, which is Monday, and Tuesday, September 9th. I believe it was gonna be 9 to 5 on Monday, but we'll confirm all that in an email. And then Tuesday, we usually go until noon, so just 9 until noon. If you have not already booked your travel, please do so and let Lisa know so that she can get pre-travel done immediately if you haven't already done that. And then for committee chairs, please just continue to review your strategic plan from last year and look at, what you have accomplished, what will just carry over into next year, and what can come off. And it's usually a really good, forward-thinking day and a half, and Lucy Gafford from UNT-Wise is gonna lead us. Okay. And she does a great job of keeping us moving and setting reasonable goals for the next year as well.
Hey, are we gonna do like last year where we just had just one big session all together?
so.
And I only got the one room, so
Yeah.
I've seen, funny, can you break out rooms?
No, I feel like that worked well. I'm not sure how many people have already or will be able to be here, but I think that worked better than doing breakouts.
Any homework for folks to do, any pre-work, anything else?
Just review those strategic plans, and Gennady, do some research, pick a restaurant for us for Monday morning. We have last year, spent the evening together, had a meal together after the working session, and that was good. So if you don't mind, I'll put you on the spot for that too.
Vice chair runs the strategic planning, chair takes the rest.
That's right.
Or maybe it's just me.
I instituted it.
Very cool.
And be sure to get your travel to me if you're coming, because I think I've only gotten travel plans from like 3 people, so.
Oh, okay.
I need to get that pre-travel date because we're a month out now.
Yeah.
So, Commissioner Alberto Trevino, I was catching up with him a few days ago, and he asked me where should be the priorities for the next year, 2 years, 3 years, and he asked me in the context of, not for the council per se, but where DMC commissioners, if we had a wish list for them, what should they be looking at? And I gave an answer, and I'm gonna say again, and I was kind of saving it for this because I think it also informs the priorities of the council, because the council helps. We are division, and they seem to be honest, be at its best. So for me, and I just want to lay it out, but it's a little bit of organize my thoughts, leave my legacy behind. I would push on 3 things. 1, more awareness. Not even awareness of RCT, that's also. More of awareness of VR as an absolutely amazing resource that is not always utilized and is not always known. We have a whole pocket of potential customers who are either not aware of VR or for whatever reason think that VR is not for them or cannot happen. So that to me is number one, just more awareness that VR exists and VR can do absolutely amazing things for both potential customers, for the employers, and just for the bring more people into the services. The ones who may not be taking advantage of it. Number two, after bringing more people, how do we remain ready? How do we remain relevant? How do we remain ready to provide relevant services for not only what's happening now, but what's going to be happening a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now? Earlier in the session, I called it trying to predict the future. Understanding of data trends, understanding of demographics, understanding of latest knowledge, latest technologies, latest provider approaches. Time doesn't sit still. Things are all evolving, right? What we need to provide, where we need to provide, and how we can provide those services, we need to be staying ahead of the curve, right? Basically, including latest ways to help people, business models, and so on. That's number two. And number three unites them all, because that's money, right? And this is, of course, a bit easier for Commissioner Reno, Commissioner Franza, we'll replace Chairman Daniel. It's always easier for them to push on that, but we must work within the system and across the system and beyond the system by any and all means and tools and techniques that we have all developed over our years of both public and private service to make sure that we stay funded and to maintain the discipline and transparency and culture and communication that when we have blips like we had this year and past year, that we have a really good way of working through them without letting the fear of funding loss affect and kind of create this false fear of the budget instead of working. So those were three things that I mentioned to Alberto, and I would just plant the seed in everybody's heads for all the council members as they're thinking of the planning session. And for the VR division folks here, so you know that's what I'm thinking. That was a chairman's privilege with a little bit of a monologue. I suppose. Now, to be successful as a chair, or even remotely successful as a chair, we need a great set of members, and I was lucky to have such a set throughout my tenure. Some of them are actually terming out with me. So I'd like to do a little bit of a recognition for the folks terming out. And I would like to do a couple of things. I would like to mention some words about folks that are terming out, kind of one by one. Have folks from the council, have folks in the division also perhaps say a couple of words about each one of them if they're so inclined. And as always, we actually have a bit of a certificate of service signed by Governor Abbott that we will pass out. And I would actually love to do that with a nice background, perhaps with the flag and that very, very iconic print. So we'll do a bit on the desk and then we'll kind of maybe take a short walk and do some photos there. I first want to recognize Jennifer Klaus. We came in together. We came in from, I think, similar backgrounds. Jennifer has been a powerful voice and powerful advocate. She works with a company I hugely respect, McLean. McLean has been doing some fairly amazing things for the community, for the folks with disabilities, and I think a huge benefit of that is Jennifer. And you bring in that extremely powerful voice of what is important for the employers, and based on also your work prior, you combine it magically with how do we actually get the folks ready, and what does it take for the counselors and for the providers to get the folks ready for the employers. So really, really treasured having that voice for the past several years. Does anybody else want to say a couple of words for Jennifer?
This is Peggy. I would just echo pretty much everything that Gennady said. I mean, I only was here the last several years, but yeah, bringing that employer voice is just a key part of the process, and you did it just very elegantly, and I just really admire that. So I've enjoyed getting to serve with you and getting to know you. Likewise. Thank you. Yeah.
I want to echo that as well. And I have seen a lot of business representatives, and I think you did an outstanding job and certainly had a lot more input and influence than some of the past. So it was really, really valuable having you. Yeah. And it's hard to get business representatives, so that's definitely a difficult area that we've had to get filled, but so I'm really glad that you were willing to do that, and very appreciative.
And remember, you're very long now. Me, I'm very passionate.
That's right.
You worked till they got period.
90 days.
Maybe it is 90 days.
Yep.
You sure can. Can I say a few words?
Yeah,
Absolutely. So just, first, thank you all so much. It's just a great privilege to be able to serve on this board, this council. I would get all emotional now. And this work is very important to me, not only from, as many of you know, I was a VR consumer at one time, was TRC then. And I know I know the impact that this agency can have. And then coming from being at a CRP before, and then also now from an employer perspective, it's just all kind of, it's just intertwined, it's just worked so poetically. And like I said, it's a passion of mine, I'll continue to be a champion. McLean, disability inclusion is very much a cornerstone of our inclusion strategy. I'll continue to champion it, like I said. And if I can be of any assistance, please let me know. We continue to partner with VR. I'm gonna be at the Net Summit in September. I'm gonna be there, I'm excited about it. I don't know what I'm gonna talk about yet. But, you know, just remember me as I'm out there. I know I can reapply, which I probably will. Yay! And give even more, because sometimes the work, you know, my work will pull me away and it's, you know, the priorities and stuff, but, you know, I want to do more and more if I can. So, anyway.
Well said.
Just a few words. Thank you all. Thank you.
Well said.
Dan Soldier. Dan unfortunately had to cancel last second. He had death in the family. His brother-in-law passed away at the services literally today. So that's why Dan's not here with us. I really always appreciated Dan's words of calm wisdom. Dan has a very good ability to take a look across a sort of a rocky situation, and then with a couple of questions or comments, sort of tease out something insightful. And he made a fantastic partner during discussions, during meetings, with that ability to focus on a couple of things that are important in this swamp of interesting data, opinions, observations, and so on. So Dan, of course, is not here to speak or to receive our plaudits. He will be at the planning session, so I encourage all the council members there to say a few words to him there. And then the third member terming out, how do we tee it up?
Right.
The lady who needs no introduction. The force of nature in this corner. Ms. Karen Sento. Karen has a remarkable career in the field, starting as a counselor, being a voice for those who don't necessarily always have a voice themselves, and doing so not only at state level, but at national level. A truly remarkable person and a remarkable professional. We actually thought about kind of bringing some folks from the past, so to speak. And then realized we would not have time in even a day and a half of meetings. It's like you're playing a wedding, who do you not invite at some point, right? But Karen, truly an inspiration. I always find something to learn from you, as I'm sure so everybody else in this room. I'll miss you dearly. I know you're going to do some really awesome things. I know we'll stay in touch. Just a big thank you from the bottom of my heart personally, and a big thank you from the council, and just a big thank you from the VR community, state and national in general. This one is this one. Anybody wants to?
I certainly echo everything Anadi just shared. And Karen, you really need to be cloned before you go, okay? Leave us your clone. Yeah, your wisdom, your insight, you're willing to fully participate in the decision-making process, and it's just amazing. So I've equally learned so much from you, and you will be missed. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
So Karen, I first of all want to say thank you for the support of getting our meeting space today. Especially since it was very last minute. And that's kind of the thing I'm going to miss, is having that person within Disability Rights Texas that is on the council and then, you know, kind of knows what Disability Rights Texas does, but also was the person I could go to the times that I have had cat questions, and then your willingness to allow me, when it was appropriate, to share your email with others that needed support. And so I'm gonna miss that. I'm gonna miss having someone that I know I can count on, because even as, so quick funny story. When I ran into Karen this morning on the way in, I told her, you know, when we got the email from Lisa about the Chris Cole and the issues, the first thing I thought about was, well, why not Disability Rights Texas? And Karen said that was her first thought too. And so I'm gonna miss having that partner that, even though we don't necessarily talk, we have the exact same thought. But I also know that there comes a time in someone's life where they are ready to retire. And so I want to respect that but to say thank you for all the support you have provided me as well as the council.
Well, you're welcome, you're welcome. And you guys will have someone else to reach out to when I go, and that's Jenny, but yes, thank you.
I would just say, thank you for what an amazing career and all the work and all the lives you've impacted here on the council and as a counselor at Disability Rights, so thank you. And enjoy retirement, fantastic.
Where are they gonna put your statue?
I would have to say, it's amazing to me how you keep all the stuff in your head and organize and keep us in line as a committee, and I mean, it's been a really, really pleasure, and I really appreciate having been able to be on a committee with your leadership. And I'm gonna miss you as a leader and as someone that knows that I just really, and I do, when I said this morning, enjoy your retirement. You will stay busy. You'll wonder where the time went. Enjoy.
Linda's been my mentor in retirement. So now, I met her when she was working at Crystal in the Assistive Technology Unit as a CAP advocate, and she took us on a tour, and I've always admired her and her vast knowledge, so right back at you with that. Good. Thank you.
Well said. Well said, well said, well said. Well,
If no other thoughts of encouragement,
That's enough.
That's enough.
Trying to get you to, so it's not.
shall we,
Oh, we got one more.
go one more.
Oh.
and I'm turning out too.
Yes, you don't get off that easy. So, and neither did I, because I got tasked with this.
You mean you volunteered?
Chairman Gennady has served on the council for 5 years, 2 as a member, 3 as the chairman, so a long time to serve in an unpaid position that we all know takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, and a lot of effort. So I think that says a lot by itself. I'll never forget when I first met you, and you said it pretty much at every meeting. Many of you will probably remember, you would always share that you believe that it is a fundamental right for those with disabilities to have the work opportunities as their non-disabled peers, as well as fundamental right to make high wages. And so I will always remember that. You have always shared that with us. And then I also thought about something that the commissioner chairman said not too long ago, which he encouraged us at TWC to continue to move at the speed of business and not at the speed of what government is known for moving at. So, which I appreciate, because I was not born with any patience. So I appreciated that, but it made me, I was thinking about what to say. I thought about that, and I thought about what you just shared earlier as far as staying relevant and continuing to be innovative. Because, you know, things are only moving faster, technology, and we've got to keep up with that. And so you have, in your time, I think you have always pushed us to work towards that. So you've brought that lens to the council and, you know, to our division. And so I appreciate that. And so, because it's, you know, a lot of times it's easy to stay with where you're comfortable, right?
So I appreciate you pushing us to, what I'm connecting, because there's also what the chairman said, which is moving the speed of business. So you brought that perspective and encouraged us to do that. So, so thank you for your service and thank you for what you brought to the group.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Good for your leadership and the way that you can, yes, take those mass amounts of data and information and find the key parts and know the impact that your questions will have and how it will move us forward to continue to process that data to get to improve services, which is why we're all here. So I have always admired that. And I was quite fearful of the first couple of times you asked some of those questions. I was like, oh, I don't ever want to ask me that question, you know? But you do it in such a very respectful and a good-hearted manner that it always worked out to get us where we needed to be. So I appreciate that.
I think you set a new bar for a chair. Those of us who've been around a while.
Yeah, I do measure a number of ad hocs per session.
Right.
And the spirit of business, right?
And I agree with you. I think I sat here and I don't know how many meetings and I'm, struggling to say what I'm trying to say and it's all coming out and then well, what the real reason is da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, oh, golly. This is pretty much it, but 5 minutes is what it took me to get there yet, so yeah. So definitely have enjoyed your leadership and thought it was wonderful and certainly brought the agency and the council into some great areas together and made, I think, a lot of accomplishments, learned a lot together.
Thank you.
Totally credit to you.
Absolutely. For the short time I've been around, you sure have been impressive. So I appreciate it.
And we've defined, a meaningful break as 90 days, just in case you're thinking about it. That's what that is.
The thing to keep us on track too, I mean, always keep us on schedule, keep us on track, keep all that stuff in your head.
Thank you, Glenda. And as Jennifer said, this is a labor of passion for all of us, so we're not done yet, right? We're not done yet. Still a lot more work to do, and the world's evolving, so there will always be a lot more work to do. I appreciate the kind words from everybody. I don't think we accomplished everything we wanted to, but we accomplished a lot. I know I definitely did my best. And this is not a goodbye, right? We will all stay in close contact, both personally, professionally, and as a council. Thank you, everybody. Let's ask the turnout members, kind of do like a little bit of a group photo.
Well, it's 5:20, should we do public comment?
Yeah. Thank you for keeping me on track. Let's do public comments and then we'll take some photos for posterity. I just want to do it today because tomorrow's going to be.
Okay. I'm just letting you know if I walk out. It's not going to do or anything.
Glenda, understood.
Just to let you know.
Understood. All right, public comments, and we are going to do this in order of folks signing up. So, rules of engagement, 30 minutes per. Daniel, let's actually make sure this time we remember to put the timer up. That's Jordan reminded us. Sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't. And we are going to start with Miss Liana De La Cruz. Is Ms. De La Cruz on the line?
She is.
She
She's not in the meeting right now, so.
You can unmute yourself.
Three.
Hello.
Ms. De La Cruz, you're on. You have 3 minutes. You don't have to use all of it up. But that's. Yeah, if you gotta go a little bit louder.
A little bit louder. Oh my. Okay.
That's
let's see
good.
Okay, we're good. Let me see, I wrote a bunch of notes. Yeah, so my comment is I am the RCT Region 6 representative for Region 6 under VR services. So I get to have provider calls with other providers in Region 6. And one of the biggest things that they comment on is pre-ETS and self-employment referrals, how they've gone down and how services aren't being provided based on funds or based on service authorizations. We've even experienced providers who have gone 2 years without a single referral for pre-ETS. And so there lies concerns where there's money, but yet there's no service authorizations and or schools making decisions, schools, parents, and families all making decisions based on the fact that a pre-ETS service could be made, but yet no money being available to them to be able to conduct those services. So that's something I wanted to put in your ear for for pre-ETS and for self-employment services. I wanted to speak now transitioning to deaf and hard of hearing services. That's actually my specialty. That's what I do for the last 13 years. I was curious to see about the SARA accessibility. We do find a lot of issues within our deaf community based on the fact that they have lower reading levels, and then also because this was a newer technology, they're just not understanding. So I'm curious to know what I guess like the percentages or the rates of success based on our deaf and hard of hearing population with that SARA thing, but the point of it is the accessibility is just not quite there. We wind up seeing that our counselors, our deaf and hard of hearing counselors, are having to pre-explain that even before and even more than once for our customers to be able to understand what SARA is and how to use it. The other thing I have is with relating to deaf and hard of hearing services, there often is not a deaf premium on all services. Very specifically, the one that we've been asking for someone to take a look at, even through the PCG or the rate study that was conducted a few years ago. We've asked them to look at, but we haven't seen anything. However, there are forms, specifically the work experience form, that has a box to check off for a deaf premium. However, policy does not actually include deaf premium on their fee schedule. When we look at those services, they are sometimes more intense than job placement. So we're asking for someone to take a deeper dive and look into the amount of time that goes into a work experience placement with up to 12 weeks for each placement with a cap of 3. And then to also take into mind and consideration about the language services that are needed and the credentials that are needed by staff to be able to provide those services. And the same thing is true for VAT services that have been just recently added on, such as pre-ETS and specialized services. Those deaf premiums do not exist in there as well.
Thank you, great comment. Appreciate the information and the thoughts.
Thank you.
Moving on, Ms. Margarita Castro. Is Ms. Castro on the line? Okay, doesn't seem to be. Ms. Amanda Bobbin, a very familiar name and a former council member. Amanda, are you on the line with us?
Yes, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
You have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Amanda Bowden, and I am a former member of the council and a teacher of students with visual impairment. Today, I speak not only as a professional in the field, but as a mother advocating for my son.
Did we lose? Amanda, did we lose you?
She's still on, but can't hear her.
unmute. Amanda, if you can hear us, we lost your signal. We'll come back to you though. We'll come back to you. Is Miss Pippa McAllister on the line? Oh, Miss McAllister?
Hello? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. You have the floor for a few minutes.
Thank you. I actually came from my daughter's second VR appointment, intake appointment, or I would have been on earlier. I'm just concerned about the amount of counselors available at our Texas workforce here in Cleburne, Texas. The staff, like I said, this is our second time. They seem very confident. It's just the workload is so much. I don't know what the process is of matching counselors to need, but there does seem to be, they seem overloaded. And so I just wanted to bring that up for my community. Based on our personal experiences, like I said, this is our second time. The first time her case was transferred and then ultimately dropped. It was just difficult to communicate and see where we were and get her services. And so we are trying this again. And this time we have Disability Rights Texas that we're communicating with. They actually reached out to me. I didn't reach out to them. But anyway, I'm happy to work with them. And I've been happy to work with the counselors at our VR office. I just would love to see them have some help and be able to reach more of our community.
Thank you, Ms. McAllister. Appreciate the insights.
Thank you.
Looking for Ms. Sabrina Gonzalez. Excellent. What would be the easiest?
What would be the best for numbers?
If you don't mind, someone.
Over here? Okay, yeah, I can go. Awesome. I also was not aware of the 3-minute time limit, but I will make it brief, as brief as possible. Yeah, hello. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today. My name is Sabrina Gonzalez Saucedo. I'm the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for the ARC of Texas. And I'm here to share concerns regarding the recent decision by the VR division to pause referrals to comprehensive transition and post-secondary programs, also known as CTPs. This was an agenda item today for today's meeting, but was not directly discussed. And I would kindly ask that the RTC consider having time set aside to discuss this important issue in the future, because we really believe that it deserves it. To begin, I want to express my appreciation to VR Division staff for your time and transparency in recent conversations. We value your willingness to engage with us and answer questions regarding this policy change. However, despite these efforts, we remain deeply concerned about the consequences of this decision. For those less familiar, CTP programs are a specific type of inclusive post-secondary education program designed to meet the needs of students with IDD. These programs are federally recognized by the U.S. Department of Education and must meet rigorous best practice standards, with their central aim being to support students with IDD in achieving competitive integrated employment. Texas currently has 4 incredible CTP programs that are highly competitive and have limited capacity due to strong demand. Until recently, eligible VR clients who identified CTP programs as part of their employment pathway could receive sponsorship to support tuition and related costs. However, the agency recently this summer decided to pause new referrals to CTPs and has already had significant consequences for clients. While students with this service on their IPE were not affected, students who had been accepted for fall 2025 but hadn't finalized their IPEs in time were suddenly cut off from access, many just weeks before the semester began. Several of these students had already completed orientation, registered for classes, and made housing arrangements. And many, especially those from low-income backgrounds, have now had to withdraw from these life-changing opportunities altogether. We strongly urge the council and agency leadership to implement an exemption or temporary policy accommodations for students who are actively preparing to attend a CTP program
and had engaged with VR in good faith, but had not yet finalized their IPEs before the pause took effect. This exemption is especially warranted given that the policy change occurred without any formal notice to clients. A timely notice could have enabled these students and families to finalize their IPEs and proceed as planned. These students should not be penalized for administrative decisions outside of their control, and an exemption in this case would allow students to receive vital employment preparation and training aligned with their individualized goals. More broadly, we urge the agency to thoughtfully consider the unique and well-documented benefits of CTP programs when determining the future of sponsoring this service. The outcomes are extremely compelling. National data indicates that over 75% of students who complete a CTP obtain paid employment within just 1 year of graduation. I think my 3 years is up.
You're good, another minute.
Go ahead. Thank you. This is a striking contrast to the national employment rate of just 16% for adults with IDD. The success of CTP programs stems from their comprehensive and inclusive approach of integrating academic instruction, independent living skills, career development, and full campus participation. These programs are effective because they offer the full continuum of supports necessary for students with IDD to build the confidence, competence, and skills required for long-term competitive employment. As the agency undertakes programmatic reviews of CTP offerings, we respectfully request that this strong track record of success be meaningfully considered. Continued VR sponsorship of students with IDD who can benefit from CTP programs is not only aligned with, but central to the core mission of vocational rehabilitation. We respectfully ask the RCT to continue monitoring this issue and to advocate for equitable, forward-looking solutions that preserve access to these critical programs. Thank you for your time and leadership, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. So we don't do question answers.
Understood.
But your comments are well phrased, well thought out, and taken to heart. I would encourage the next chair to make sure that this is one of the agenda items, if not at the next session, then at the session after next. And I would also encourage the folks of the VR division, Jamie, Erica, David. This is the voice of best wishes. Not always easy to hear, but we must be aware of it. Moving on, looking for Miss Candace Davis. If Miss Davis is on the line. Okay, Ms. Davis is not on the line with us. I want to go back to see if Amanda is back.
Yes,
Amanda, you're.
Yes, I am. I am
Okay.
so sorry.
Oh,
I'm gonna
no,
reread.
it's okay.
I'll
Okay.
reread what I
Yeah,
wrote.
please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Amanda Bowden, a former member of the Council and a teacher of students with visual impairment. Today I speak not only as a professional in the field, but as a mother advocating for my son. My son, JD, is 19 years old and deafblind. He has participated successfully in the SEALS program for the last 2 years, but this summer it was a little different. We were hopeful and excited for him to gain meaningful work experience through the Texas Work Experience program. Unfortunately, what should have been a positive opportunity became an incredibly frustrating and disheartening process due to the systematic delays and poor communication. Despite JD being ready and eager to work, his start date was delayed from early June to mid-July. As a result, he only had 4 weeks of actual work time this summer. These delays were entirely administrative, missed calls, lack of follow-up, repeated requests for already submitted documents, and unclear guidance about our responsibility. An example of that is we were told to pick a provider. I did not know that was not my job. At several points, we were left unsure who was to charge or what needed to happen next. These issues were not only caused unnecessary stress, but also cost JD valuable time and learning opportunities. Summer work experience are short and every week counts. When delays like this happen, the impact is real on social development, on skills development, confidence, and overall growth for our youth with disabilities. As someone who has supported these programs and believe in their potential, I urge the Texas Workforce Commission to urgently improve its process. Clearer timelines, better communication, and proactive support are essential to prevent further future setbacks to students like JD. Our youth deserves better, and so do the families and professionals who support them. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Amanda, thanks so much for the comments. Well phrased, well stated. Not the best situation, of course, but you spoke about it very well, and your comments are taken to heart. Folks, thank you so much. We are now going to adjourn for the evening and pick this up again at 8:30 Central tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
Not too much pictures.